Test 1, 2. All right, 1 minute till we start the hearing. Good morning. It being 10 o'clock, I will open the hearing on House Bill 311. Call on one of the sponsors, Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tracy Emmerich. I represent Hampton, which is Rockingham District 29. I'm here for Tom Bucco, who is the primary sponsor. He was afraid he was going to be snowed in. I don't know if he is or not in Conway, but he decided, I said, well, if you can't make it, I'll be glad to do it for you. What this bill is basically a belt and suspenders. When I came on finance, my first year, Tom Bucco introduced a bill very similar to this, and he did every year for 6 years. And in Division One, we started referring to it as Bucco bucks, because he was like a recurring nightmare with this. Ultimately, what was happening is payments were coming delayed from the state. And so what Tom did is he wanted to put it in a bill to make sure the payments were made in a timely fashion. My understanding is now we're up to date, so he still wants to have the suspenders and a belt to have legislation that says, yes, you will pay in a timely fashion those things which the state owes cities and towns. That's what this is. It's 2 years, $15 million. You can see in the fiscal note that 1 year it's looks like it'll be a little too much, and another year it looks like it'll be a little too little. But that's basically what the bill's about, is so cities and towns in their wastewater treatment updates can be compensated in a timely manner. And I just told you all I know, but I'll be glad to try to answer questions, even though I'll look like a deer in the headlights.
Representative McGuire is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. When you say this is belt and suspenders, do you mean to say that somehow this money is in the budget twice? Or this bill plus it's in the budget, or something like that?
Yes. It is. These monies are budgeted by DES as part of their budget. What this does is make sure that they'll expend it. Because in the past years, even though it was budgeted, it was not expended. They didn't forward the funds to the cities and towns for whatever reason. And all this is I'll call it insurance policy. It sounds less dramatic.
Follow. So if this passes, it doesn't mean they'll spend twice as much on this item.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Representative Popovici Miller for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking a question. In reading the language of the bill, it doesn't seem to require it to be spent, it just appropriates it. So I'm just not sure how it achieves the goal that you described, which is to make the department make the payments and, do all that.
I didn't write the bill. I'll have to defer to people who are
No worry.
smarter at this than I am.
We'll catch on it later. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Emmerich. We'll next call on Mr. Boyd Smith from New Hampshire Waterworks Association.
Good morning, Chairman Weiler, and thanks for the time, and good morning to the committee members. My name is Boyd Smith. I'm the director of the New Hampshire Waterworks Association, and what we do is represent over 300 members that provide drinking water, most public drinking water in the state of New Hampshire. We're in support of this piece of legislation, although I realize it sounds like there's still some questions around it that I may not be able to answer. But we're in support of it because a number of our systems, a lot of systems in New Hampshire have both clean water provision, and they also treat wastewater. This particular bill, as I understand it, is a commitment from the state, or honoring a commitment from the state under an existing statute to be part of the funding mix for municipalities that are building wastewater systems as approved basically by NHDES. You probably know there's a number of sources for funding these big projects. They're very expensive, multi-million dollars, multiple years. And, we usually get big boosts from the federal government to do capital improvement on infrastructure. It hasn't happened for 40 years, but it's happening now, with the ARPA money and the BIL money. So we've got a big influx of cash from the feds to update infrastructure that much of it's 4 decades old, and it's past the point of failure. As you can imagine, we can't afford to have our wastewater and drinking water systems fail. So this piece of funding that's being requested in this bill is part of, as I understand it, a promise from an RSA, I think it's 486. It's been in place for a long time, and that calls for the state to be a part of the funding source. And this $15 million per year, roughly, that you're looking at is a number that's been pretty well calculated based on need of projects approved by DES. And again, there's smarter people than I that could get into those details if you want. But it's a well-justified need following a process that DES uses for most federal funding, the SRF and et cetera. And it helps towns pay off, that carry their debt. So imagine, most of our municipalities or towns, they've got a town meeting. They meet in March. There's a warrant article for a bond to borrow whatever, $3 million, $5 million for a necessary infrastructure project. They figure that they're going to get about 20% assistance from the state on their principal and loan to manage their debt, and then you don't see it. And my understanding is it's not so much a timing thing or a DES thing. It's been a budgetary allocation that some years it gets allocated, some years it doesn't. So having a dependable source of funds helps towns to talk to their citizens and say, get ready. We're going to pick up a bond for 20 years for something that we all count on, but we pretty much take for granted and don't understand. So I think you all know that this is important to have. We need toilets that flush somewhere, and we need drinking water that comes out clean. I think a regular, this $15 million that proposed, my understanding, is as a baseline moving forward, like as is promised in the statute, is a very helpful, meaningful, and we hope reasonable balance of the state's commitment to the towns. It's money well spent. So thank you very much for the time. I'll answer any questions you have if I can, and if I can't, I'll get back to you as soon as possible with answers.
Questions from the committee members? Seeing none, I have one. These things that have been added recently, like PFAS, what sort of equipment has to be added to all these places that already had water treatment plants? Does this bring on a whole new set of equipment that has to be added? Or what sort of mechanical stuff is added here?
Yeah, that's a great question. And frankly, the drinking water and wastewater people in New Hampshire and anywhere impacted by PFAS are really scratching their heads over it. The short answer is it's going to be more money. Under the current standards, New Hampshire has drinking water standards for PFAS. We're anticipating even tighter standards to be proposed by EPA, soon. Challenge with wastewater is we're still working on analytical test methods to to find out what the concentrations are, and then you have to determine how much in, say, biosolids residuals is too much to prevent leaching into the ground or wherever you dump it, because you have to have a place to dump it. So we're dealing with what do you do with these waste streams. So to get the short answer is it's going to be complicated. We don't have all the answers now, and it's absolutely going to cost much more money to deal with PFAS the way it's evolving now.
Is it possible that the equipment hasn't even been developed that can get to the ridiculously low level that they have set on this?
I don't know. I mean, my experience is if you got enough money, you can pretty much fix everything. But I'm not familiar with the technology that would do that.
I thought maybe that's where your expertise lay. Thank you.
No, I'm a groundwater, lake water, drinking water kind of guy. Yeah.
All right. Further questions from the committee? Representative Popovici Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking our questions. Basically, the way you describe it, the purpose of this bill is to help towns afford, projects that may not otherwise have afforded by, having other state residents share into the cost of it. Could you explain a little bit more why we need to bring funds from other towns who don't benefit from those works to help the towns that do?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. I'm sure it comes up all the time. You hear a local issue, and then what's the benefit? I think I'll take a shot at this. I mean, that's a good question for an economist. We are small towns scattered all over the state, but we are interdependent. People move, they live in one town, they work in another. If they have any kind of a tourist base, folks are coming in to stay at a town, a B&B, a restaurant, open a business. We move around. We're not islands within our state borders. And at some point, I guess this is kind of the question about what's the purpose of government. At what point do you, take from some people to give to others? I would say when you're dealing with drinking water and wastewater, which is what this bill's talking about, wastewater, that it truly is a universal issue. And it's also, I think it's like the type of projects that, they're too big. See, someone might need a system, and we see a lot of very, very small systems in New Hampshire that they can't afford to do any of this stuff. So on the drinking water side, there's over 2,000 regulated systems. Only 50 serve more than 3,000 people, so 50 of them serve, 50% of the state population, and the other 2,000, the other, 4% is covered. So I think it's in some ways philosophical, but I think there's strong economic reasons to invest in the quality of drinking water and wastewater everywhere there's a facility being operated.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you very much for your time, and I apologize for misaddressing my testimony letter to you. I got ahead of myself a little bit, and I'm kind of new at the game.
Everybody now has a copy.
Okay, good. Thank you, sir. It's in the streets.
We'll next call upon Catherine Heck from NHMA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Heck, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, the cities and towns here in New Hampshire, and I don't want to repeat any testimony that you've already heard as to why these dollars are important, and we continue our partnership with the state. I would like to add, however, that as we're looking at things like expanding housing and housing availability, access to public water and sewer become a very critical part of that expansion into the housing area. So we do know anecdotally that an upgrade to a major sewer system can be $20 to $40 million. We do know that a mile of pipe is $1.2 to $1.4 million for water and sewer pipe. So these are huge expenses. So as we're thinking about the housing crisis that we're experiencing, and we want municipalities to be able to expand the ability to build affordable homes in New Hampshire, we have to consider the access for the smaller lots to have public water and sewer. So I certainly can take any questions that you might have, but I didn't want to repeat what was already said. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? Representative Popovici Malur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Mrs. Hack, for taking the questions. Different question, since you brought up housing availability. Would you see a need to, subsidize those things just for the benefits to housing, or are there any other reasons? Because I can think of a lot of towns that, water or not, they just won't really allow a lot of housing. So I'm just curious whether you see a tie in the way we allocate these funds, given that you are, using housing availability, the ability to expand housing supply as a reason.
So, well, I think that there's several issues. The housing challenge certainly is a town-by-town situation, and I know the state is working very hard on legislation that would enable municipalities to have more access to new dollars for things like water and sewer expansion, because when we have small lot size and we have to build in density, of course, you can't put a private well and a private septic tank in. I am not a housing expert, and I don't claim to be an economist. There's certainly other benefits, and some were touched upon in your last question about how, while we allocate money to, say, a project here in Concord, they might be on the list. How many of us come to Concord to work, to do our business, to run state government? We eat in their restaurants, so of course we need that clean access to water and sewer and those upgrades that haven't been done in many, many years. I think housing is just one other area that we have to consider, and I know that currently the state has an Invest New Hampshire program. They are investing dollars into these types of studies and having municipalities rethink how they can better maximize the space that we do have, so we can break down some of the barriers you're talking about in communities that say we just can't. But it's very hard to build a fourplex on a half-acre lot if there's no infrastructure to tie into, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, I have a question for you. I read some time ago that the majority of the people in New Hampshire get their water from private wells. Now, you represent small towns as well as cities. The small towns I represent, the majority of people have private wells. They're not really, and they have 2-acre lots by our zoning. They're not crazy about having someone come in and cram more houses into smaller lots and have them pay for a water system. They just as soon keep it the way it is, and I think your organization has to recognize that.
I'm not sure if there was a question. I do know that some small towns do have a small village district, and anybody on public water and sewer is taxed separately for those services. So if I'm on a private well, like myself, my downtown has access. I'm in a town of 1,600. My downtown has access to public water, and people can hook up to it. However, there's going to be a point in which the system is maximized because it's a very small system, but I myself am on private water and sewer, well water and septic, and I don't pay a separate tax bill for that service. So the users pay the fees associated with it in the way we structure it in New Hampshire. So my tax dollars are not going to that, but I am able, when I use the park or when I go to the town office or use the meeting house or the spaces available to me as a member of the public, I am able, of course, to flush the toilet, get drinking water, whatever the case may be.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next card I have is for Alex Katroupas, and he's from ACEC, New Hampshire. He'll tell us what that is.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Alex Katroupas. I'm here representing ACEC New Hampshire, which stands for American Council of Engineering Companies of New Hampshire. We're an association of about 70 engineering firms who have offices throughout the state. They employ about 1,500 New Hampshire residents. Many of our firms work with local municipalities on wastewater infrastructure projects that, as you've heard this morning, are critically important for our citizens and our businesses in the state. New Hampshire engineering firms provide comprehensive planning, design, construction, administration, operational assistance, asset management to solve the complex challenges with wastewater. This program that we're talking about this morning, it was founded in 1990. It's administered by DES, as you've heard. Since that time, it's been a really important funding tool for New Hampshire cities and towns. And without this program, a lot of the medium-sized communities in the state probably couldn't afford to invest in some of these projects. As you all know, municipalities basically only have the property tax and maybe the registration fee, but the state has a lot of different revenue sources that they can pull from and send that money back to the communities for worthy programs. So we believe that this is an important program. It'll improve not only wastewater systems, but I agree, I think it could help with the housing challenges that we face and general economic development. I just wanted to, Representative McGuire, you asked a question about, would it be counted twice? Historically, and I know, Mr. Chairman, you know this, these bills, these Bucco Bucks bills, if you will, have been retained by this committee, and then Division 1, I believe, is DES. They will decide if 15 million is the appropriate number or if it's some other number. And I presume that that's what's going to happen with this bill, but obviously that's up to you folks. And in terms of PFAS, I'm not an engineer. There are filtration systems, there's charcoal systems, there's remediation systems. I can put you in touch with experts on this issue if you'd like, Mr. Chairman. There's also a PFAS remediation fund that the legislature, you might remember there was a bill last year, $25 million to, obviously the legislature passed standards for PFAS, and as part of that, you appropriated funds to help the communities meet those standards. So again, I'm not an engineer, but I can certainly put you in touch with experts on PFAS. A lot of our members are working with communities like Litchfield and Merrimack who are on the cutting edge of this important issue. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? So I go back again, in your experience, even though you're not designing these plants, how much more complexity is there as we've added these different rules for the amount of PFAS and so on that can be in the system?
Absolutely. It's a big concern. I mean, obviously, many businesses were concerned about the costs. It does seem, I don't want to speak for DES, but I do talk to them quite a bit. It seems like most of the municipalities have been able to comply. I think the PFAS fund has been helpful. So it doesn't seem like the standards are as onerous as some of the business groups had originally thought. I haven't heard a lot of pushback about it. The communities seem to be in compliance. That's the information that I have. But certainly, as the representative from the Waterworks Association, it is costly for these things. And I believe that Senator Ricciardi has a bill in the Senate to, I think it's $5 million in that PFAS remediation fund. So I don't know if that fund has been expended or not, but there was $25 million put in last session, and there's already a bill to replenish it with $5 million. I don't know what the genesis of that is at this point. I don't think it's at a public hearing yet. But to your point, I think it's expensive and it is complex. And programs like this is not really necessarily a PFAS issue because this is more wastewater. But on the drinking water side, certainly PFAS is a very hot topic right now.
Thank you. Representative Petrie for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Other bad things in the water, such as arsenic, radon, how much more does that add to the cost, you think, around the state?
It's a great question. I can get you an answer to that. I can talk to my wastewater engineering, or excuse me, my drinking water engineering folks, and I'm sure that there's tables and in terms of how much the filtration is for these various carcinogens. But I can't answer that at this point this morning. But I will follow up with you, Representative.
Thank you. And Representative Erf has pointed out to me we're going to have a pre-fiscal meeting here at the end of all our hearings. And we have an item that will be on the fiscal committee. Representative Erf, you want to describe it?
Sure. So we're going to, I think, accept a little over $1.3 million for wastewater infrastructure from the federal government on Friday.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the questions. Oh, if you could, I apologize. No, no worry. It's
I'll try to answer if I
two
can.
questions, very short,
Apologize.
one of which I'm sure you can answer, one of which I would appreciate feedback later on. First question is, what's the normal expected life of one of these projects? Obviously, I expect that it's a long-lived asset, but I'd like to know how much. And two, could you, when you get back to your office, maybe email the committee with some of the examples of medium-sized communities that couldn't afford to run the projects without state contribution? Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously it depends on the project, but I mean, typically these are decades-long systems. 30 years, maybe longer. Obviously, they need continuing maintenance. But I can, again, I'll give you a better answer on both of those questions. I will follow up on all of these issues. Thank you.
Representative Mooney for a quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning.
Morning.
As one that represents a community that has been extraordinarily affected by PFAS, would you agree that the reason why the cost is so high and all these numbers are so huge and these bills keep coming is because PFAS can't be contained? It's spreading to other communities, other towns. I think we're just scratching the surface in terms of the effects and the mileage this problem can extend out to. Do you agree?
I do agree, and I would say that ACEC is a national organization, and New Hampshire is really a leader on that issue. And we were one of the first states to really take action. Vermont was maybe, excuse me, a little bit ahead, but I think you've done. The legislature has done really great work on PFAS. And I know you've been a big part of that. So I definitely, from the engineering community, it's been science-based, which is important, and we want to be partners with you to and the communities to get the systems in compliance with these standards that you're setting with the DES and other stakeholders.
Any further questions from committee members on House Bill 311? Seeing none, I will inform everyone that this will be going to Division 1. They will be having further hearings on it, and will look into it further and bring their recommendations back to the full committee for action. I will now close the hearing on House Bill 311. We have about a 3-minute break, if anybody wants to just get up and stretch, and then we'll start right at 10:30. And I would like to, oh, that's the next. It says 311. We had also, the people that signed in were the same ones that testified, Catherine Heck and I guess it's, Senator Denise Ricciardi writes in favor of it. She signs the list for pro. Thank you. It being 10:30, I will open up the hearing on House Bill 384 and call upon the prime sponsor, Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Tracy Emmerich. I represent Hampton, Rockingham District 29. I'm here this morning to introduce a bill for a new parking garage. I think all of us have had the opportunity at some point in our career here to park at stores, and you'll probably hear testimony from people more knowledgeable about the condition of stores at this point. This bill is for $25 million as a ceiling in order to build a parking garage between 375 and 450 parking spaces. The timeline for construction, from the time the governor signs off, there's 1 year for permitting, engineering, and 1 year for construction. So you've got 2 years after it's signed. So we're looking at something in the future. And that's the extent of my knowledge. But you've got a lot of pink cards from people I think that are much more knowledgeable than I, but I'll answer questions on my limited knowledge.
Are there any questions for Representative Emmerich? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We next have a card from the speaker. Here he is, Representative Speaker Sherman Packard is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. 2 years ago, when I was elected into the position, I thought I had a lot of things on my plate. This was not one of them. But the fact of the matter is, it became a reality, and we have to address it. I want to just go over a little bit of the history of this current garage over in Store Street. The initial cost was $7 million. Maintenance stabilization since construction starting in 1983 is $7.7 million. Just recently, in 19, we appropriated $2,563,000, and that was construction and repairs were done in 21. The garage was built with a lifespan of approximately 25 to 30 years. We're now 2 years shy of 50 years. Anybody that is parked over there has noticed there's a double layer of netting underneath the upper floor to catch the concrete so it doesn't fall on somebody or fall on the cars, which has happened. The bottom line is, ladies and gentlemen, the garage at Store Street is falling apart. We predict maybe a couple, 3 years or something, and we probably won't be able to use it anymore. This is just reality. I did not want to spend $25 to $35 million building a new parking garage. That money could have been spent elsewhere. But the fact of the matter is, if we don't build a new garage, many of you aren't going to have a place to park. That's just the bottom line. That's just reality. So let me break down what we have right now. We have 400 House members, 24 Senate members, 126 full-time employees, and 44 part-time employees. Spaces we have right now are 209 on Store Street, 50 street spaces, 24 at Green Street, 17 DOJ, which will be gone, 61 upper-level LOB, and 57 LOB. If we have a full session and every member shows up for session, we're about 40 to 50 spaces shy of even having a place for them to park right now. So we're looking at a garage that will accommodate 400 people. This will put everybody underneath the same roof. It will, obviously, I'm not an architect, but I would assume that, we'll have handicap spaces on the first floor. We'll have some charging stations probably on the first floor. All that has to be worked out. That's just the baseline of where we're at. As Representative Emmerich said, it's probably going to take 2.5 years to complete this project. But unless somebody has an alternative where we can park people when Store Street is not usable anymore, let me know. But as to right now, nobody's been able to come up with a alternative plan. As of anything, the money we have to put into this building every year, this is what, 200 and some odd years old, it needs work. That garage is literally falling apart, and it needs to be replaced. Now's the time to do it. It's not going to get any cheaper down the road. I'll try and answer any questions that don't have to go too deep into the construction part of it. We have plenty of people here that can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any questions from the committee members? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wasn't this bill or a similar one passed last year, or some money already allocated to this
Some
project?
money was allocated, yes. Last year, we passed a bill, I think it was $9.5 million. That was to move the Attorney General's office and refit the building that we're moving them into. And that was also for the preliminary destruction of the jail, the building over there. We didn't actually put money into the budget last session, that had to do with the actual construction of the building.
Could I follow? So the previous parking garage we now know is a design that lasted for 50 years. Couldn't it be torn down and rebuilt with the same plans and for another 50 years?
Right now, the city of Concord wants its space back. And if we tear down the parking garage over there and we rebuild it over there, it's probably going to take the same amount of time, 2.5, 3 years. Where the hell are you going to park everybody for 3 years? This solves the problem. The AG's moving down to, the financial building down the street, about a mile down the street. They've already got working on all the inside construction that they needed to do, setting up the offices. They've already got the lease signed for that building. So they're going to move in there, I don't know, probably within the next 2-3 months.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Speaker. I remember speaking on this last year, the year before, on the floor of the House when we first started, discussions were coming up. It seems to me, I recall that the original estimate was around $48 million in order to do the entire project. Do you have any sense, or maybe someone here will know, where did we come up with the $25 million? Because I do recall that it was quite a bit more than that when we first were speaking about this.
Last year, Representative, we were talking about $35 million total. And, we appropriated, I think it was 9.5 last session, and this is the 25 to actually do the construction.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll next call on Commissioner Charlie Arlinghouse from Administrative Services.
Good morning. I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services, and joining me is Ted Cupper, who is our Director of Public Works. And I will note that Ted is an engineer, whereas I have no discernible talent. So we were approached last year. The legislature wants to build a parking garage on the site that currently contains the Department of Justice. We've been working on that process. There was $9.35 million appropriated last year. It includes money for tearing down the Department of Justice and the design and engineering work on both the teardown of that, the teardown of Storrs Street, and the preliminary design and engineering work on planning for a garage. I believe at that time there was discussion of 600 spaces, 450 spaces, 350 spaces. And fortunately, a garage is the kind of thing where there's a little bit of a plug and play aspect to it. It's not exactly $50,000 a space, but it's something like that, and you can figure that out. We have gone back to the house, and also some of that money's for moving DOJ and retrofitting a building, which we now have a lease on, which is called Granite Place and used to house Lincoln Financial. So people describe it in 18 different ways, generally including either the word Granite Financial or Lincoln. But it's that building that was once Chubb, was once Lincoln Financial. So that's about 100,000 square feet, and the DOJ will occupy about 2/3 of it. So the cost of a garage is probably, as I say, about $50,000 a space. In theory, a 450 space garage would cost something like $22.5 million. Fewer spaces, less than that. The exact price depends a lot on market, design, etc. We have a contract that we're about to execute with a company called Scott and Partners, who's most notable, and they've done a lot of state work, but most notably for you that you can see from here is they designed the boiler house at the corner of Green and School, I think is where that is, which people tend to appreciate because it fits into the historic district, which is something this garage would have to do. Wouldn't just be a giant concrete structure, but would have to fit into the historic district. So you can build an attractive parking garage. There is some evidence of that. I've seen pictures. So we can do that. We're here to answer any questions you have about the cost or about Store Street or about the garage itself or anything else related to the project. And I can tell you what we've been doing, and Ted will be happy to answer everything that's more technical.
And Public Works Director, would you spell out your name, please?
It's Theodore, and last name Kupper.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Hole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we've considered the Department of Justice property. The building is worth approximately $5 million or thereabouts, based on the assessed value that's on the sheet, although it is a government-owned building and we don't collect taxes. What other pieces of land within a reasonable walking distance of the State House have been considered?
I don't know. I know that over the years there's been a lot of discussion about a lot of pieces of property, and none of which are owned by the state currently. And so I know people looked down State Street a bit, and apparently there's some space behind some buildings there. All of those would have acquisition costs. I don't realistically know what else is possible in the sense of state ownership. I mean, could you theoretically buy some, building on Main Street and tear it down and do something differently? Yes, but I don't know that we've done any serious consideration of any other site.
Thank you.
Representative Cholurski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Right now, the state of Storrs Street makes it absolutely inaccessible to those members who have mobility challenges, and the majority of them are parked in the street, which this time of year, with the condition of the sidewalks and the streets, I think are almost even, could be potentially worse. Is the plan to have all of the representatives who have disabilities and mobility challenges safely parked in the new spot, and will you be able to accommodate everyone in there?
I think that exactly where every member is assigned would be a decision for legislative leadership at that time. I know that in designing our garage, we would build a garage that had significant space for people with disabilities, both handicap spaces and then a number of spaces that even if you don't need a handicap space, that are more accessible just because they're closer and the garage is undercover, et cetera. So the mobility issues is a significant aspect of the design. And I would anticipate anyway that everybody with a mobility issue, I don't know how many people that is today. It's not something we track, although I'm sure that other people do, but I'm sure they would be accommodated.
Follow up? Thank you very much. Just sort of connected to that, is there a plan or an idea in place for the safe movement of parkers from the garage to the LOB or to the State House in terms of a tunnel, crosswalks, pedestrian, anything?
I think it's something that has to be considered as part of a design. I mean, my sense is from preliminary discussions with leadership that a tunnel is probably out, in large part because of the water table. And if you know much about the, there are two tunnels now, right? The one to the annex and the one to the LOB, and there are often wetness issues there. I think people, there's been an expression that a tunnel is probably not ideal. But there have been various discussions with the city about the state of Capitol Street and what that would be. And so initially, relatively easy access to the LOB itself. But as part of any design, that access to the other buildings is part of it. But we're not anywhere down the road on that.
Thank you very much.
Further from the committee, Representative Petrie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Our existing LOB parking, how many does that hold, and what's the lifespan?
Do you mean the garage behind the LOB?
Correct.
Oh, my sense is you have about 120 people there now. I don't actually know the lifespan of it.
Thank you.
I think it's okay, though. It's certainly not like Store Street. I don't think we have netting up anywhere in the LOB garage.
Any further questions for these gentlemen? I would state that I am a co-sponsor, and I have been here a while and have some timeline worth mentioning. This Store Street garage is a plaque there dedicating it in 1976. So in 1992, it was more than 25 years old and perhaps needing replacement. At the time, we voted to buy this building that we presently consider the Attorney General for about $2 million, if I remember right. And the idea was, this is right adjacent to us. We can't let this go to anybody else. We need this for expansion. We're going to buy it now. So it was okayed, and we bought that from the Shawmut Bank that was moving out. Subsequently, it's full of Attorney General and another bank. In 2005, I was again on a committee to approve a new parking garage. And I was very dissatisfied with the architect who spent all this time with the city of Concord and was just listening to what they wanted. And even though we called it the legislative parking garage, I was the only legislator there. There were supposed to be people from Public Works, but they didn't show up at the meetings. There was also available a small lot right across the street from this building, where at one time I had a parking place. There were about 12 or 15 assigned parking places in that lot. And part of the plan we looked at in 2005 would have cleared that lot so we could take the people that were parking here and move them over the people that were parking across the street to move them over there as we tore down the building. It also came through again, legislative parking garage, but the Attorney General was asking for 20% more space. So the plan that came out, they were going to put it right up to the sidewalk so they could make more room for the Attorney General. They were going to put in the parking garage, but because they were going to put it right up against the sidewalk, they were going to close this street behind us. And I thought, that's not a good idea. How do we get to this parking behind the LOB? Oh, we'll build a ramp off this other street. What's that going to cost? Well, about 3 spaces in that lot. At the time, we were $33,000 a piece for each space. And of course, it had to look fancy because that was what Concord wanted, which I thought was, who's leading this parade? And then the speaker may remember we did pass something that came to Public Works. And the plan, because of the way they did it, and I mean, looking at the legislature as the last person to have any input, even though it was considered the legislative parking garage. All these other people had input, so it failed. It would have meant, and in the subsequent time, that lot that we were going to clear because there was a building there for sale has been sold, and a brand new building is put up within the last few years. So lots of things have happened as we delay this. And I remember at one point when we had to design it, we also had to design it for the bank and have 15 parking places for them. Now, I don't believe there's a bank there anymore, so that's gone away. So it would just be pretty much a parking garage. There may be offices in it for the people in security. One of the things I suggested at the time was to build a walkway, like from the second or third floor, coming into this building, so that it would need only one elevator, the ones we have here. And the handicapped people could go across that walkway and access the elevators in this building. None of that has happened, but anyway, I just thought I'd share that, because I have been involved with this for some years, and you can see, if they decided in '92 to replace the parking garage, why are we still talking about it in 2023, and when are we going to get going? So, thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on my experience and what I've seen. Thank you.
I would assure you, Mr. Chairman, that we know for whom we work.
You do, but the city of Concord thinks they own it.
Very good. Thank you. I'll take care of it.
And our Chief of Operations, Terry Puff, is here. If you wanted to add anything, you may have memories that I don't have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Terry Poff. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the General Court, for you folks, as well as the Senate. And one of the jobs outlined in my position is long-range planning, facility maintenance, facility care, among administration for all joint employees. So as a matter of history, just briefly, the Store Street Garage, as the speaker mentioned, was built for $7 million in 1975, the same time that the additions were put onto this building, and this became a legislative office building. So the LOB parking garage is approximately the same age. And that is in need of repair and is going to get repairs done I believe this summer, or it's in the pipeline for repairs, because there are things that are falling on cars in the LOB parking garage as well, because they're just that old. This one was designed with a longer lifespan than the steel I-beam parking garage that was built down there. And we have an air lease with the city of Concord for 99 years, and we've exhausted half of that pretty much. So that's a little bit of the history of that garage. And we, as the speaker mentioned, we put in $7.7 million since 1983 just in stabilization dollars to make sure that we can get an extended life out of a 25-year building into what we are existing with right now. But the pandemic did one good thing for us, and that was reduce the use of that facility. So with the reduction of the use of that facility for that length of time, that extended the lifespan for when you folks came back into this building. So just be cognizant of that. It reduced the use and extended the life so that we could get this garage built. And as you said, Mr. Chairman, that piece of property in 1993, I was a Public Works member at the time, myself in the House. It was purchased and authorized through facilities, the Facilities Committee of the General Court, and it was purchased with collaboration with the city of Concord for a parking garage to be put there eventually because of the proximity to this building. So it's overdue, it's time, it's here, it's not a want, it's a need, it's a necessity, as the speaker explained, and I think that's just where we are. As the folks from DAS and DPW mentioned, the costs are about $50,000 a space, give or take, and it depends on the design and what we find on that site. We've done several, to answer, I believe Representative Ms. McGuire's questions, there has been other locations looked at, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman. There's been several around this, the State House complex looked at. They would have required an acquisition to acquire property and cost more money, and they just weren't available. It just wasn't doable at the time. We actually had some preliminary designs on one on the corner that would have taken the pharmacy building and made it like an L there, and it would have incorporated, Representative Sweeney's question, would have been incorporated some office space for the General Court at that point as well. And there was a preliminary thought of putting some office space in at the DOJ site in conjunction with the parking garage, but that, since because of cost constraints, has gone asunder too. We are at capacity in these two buildings, as you all well know, and so we are looking at innovative ways to house staff and membership. As you know, your committees are getting much more attendance in the committees from the general public and others, and so larger rooms are sometimes needed. You're getting moved to the House chamber at times, so there were thoughts at some point of making larger rooms that hold a higher capacity of people so that you could have hearings and the Senate could have hearings that has a higher capacity for audience attendance. But we're not there. What we are doing is acting, and hopefully you folks will look upon this favorably and act to fill a need, not a want. This is a necessity. And with that, I'll gladly answer any questions you may have.
You have 35 more minutes to speak if you wish.
No, I'm fine.
Questions from the members. Representative Popovici Mulder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the questions. Would you be able to provide us with a, pro forma analysis of the costs of trying to extend the life of the, storage garage, which is currently on life support, versus, obviously we understand what the costs are for replacing it, but just to evaluate, what may happen in both scenarios in terms of dollars we'd have to spend.
The cost of extending it is pretty much demolition and rebuilding if you want to rebuild. But in conjunction with the City of Concord's master plan, their master plan doesn't include that garage being there, to be honest with you. And they have a master plan that's redoing that whole Store Street section that goes clear to Horseshoe Pond. So that's going to be like the gateway into Concord. So we collaborate, and the City of Concord are our partners, really, in this, because we are here, they're our neighbors, we work with them. So the extension of life is not really feasible for that property.
Representative McGuire and then Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I've heard various numbers of the size of the garage we're targeting here. 450, 600, other numbers. What actually is it?
What is the actual number of the spaces?
The number of spaces.
The need for the spaces.
For the $25 million.
And the $25 million can be approximately, what was it, 450 for 22? 400 for $22 million is what the need. The need is 400 minimum. The desire would be to have some more so we could accommodate our partners over at the DAS and the Annex building, because they have a genuine need for parking too. And you have to understand that folks that work downtown here and they're doing public service in this, not only on our branch but in the other branches, parking is a genuine concern. And it's a genuine problem for retention of employees, quite frankly, and even initial hiring. So when you look at those parking, it's not just to park the car, it's to retain and recruit employees to make the process work here, and also for government in general, and even private practice and private industry.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, along those lines, how many employees of the state work in this capital area? I mean, there's also the state library, other places, and where do they park?
We have different lots and different surface parking around, and then we have accommodations within the different divisions, and I can't speak for the executive branch exclusively, only our branch, but we have surface parking behind the library that we have some of our legislative employees housed in. We have surface parking on Green and School Street behind the boiler plant. We actually relinquished spaces in that lot for several things, 4 spaces for EV vehicles to have EV chargers. We're the first places to do that. We're kind of leading the way in that because some of our members in the general court actually had some EVs, and the general public can use that as well. We relinquished spaces to actually create and put the boiler house there. We even had some preliminary designs to put the boilers to feed this area after Concord Steam went down in the basement of a design of the garage on the DOJ site. So we have DOJ site spaces for DOJ employees and executive branch employees, as well as legislative employees and members. So we're patchworked around for folks to park. And then we also have parking cards that we provide as a service for parking on city streets as well. And then we have an agreement with the city to use surface parking for handicapped folks on Park Street, North State, and Capitol Street. So we're sprawled all over the place, and as when you have some members able to park here and members of the House and the Senate able to park here, but the Senate pretty much is contained in this area because there's so few of them. But the House members, really, you have half of your body parked a distance away. And with an average age of our membership these days, about 63 and a half, and that's because we have some 18 and 20-year-olds, quite frankly. So, you know, that's not exactly an ideal situation for anybody, because you have two classes, as former Speaker Jasper and current Commissioner has said before, it's two classes of legislators, the ones that park close to the Capitol complex and the others that are footing it from a distance. And quite honestly, it's storms like this, it's dangerous for folks, to be quite honest, and they're serving for, as basically volunteers here, so we want to do what's safe for them.
One more. I didn't quite hear a number in there. Is
400 is the minimum goal.
No. About how many employees we currently have?
How many employees we currently have? We have 126 full-time employees and about 44 part-time employees.
So is that 160 spaces, or that are scattered around?
Scattered around,
Yeah.
as well as the 424 members.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I can remember when everybody had a handful of quarters, and they had to run out every couple hours and put them in the parking meters, and now they got the kiosk, but it's the same deal. You got to keep running out and getting another one. Representative Heath for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a cost to the House and Senate and the body for using all these spaces from Concord? I would think that just knowing that everybody has a tax space and parking is one of those revenues that people count on. Is there an agreement with this body and the city of Concord for payment of some sort?
As I said, the General Court is a good neighbor, and the City of Concord is a good neighbor with us as well. So we have an agreement, and they've authorized us a certain number of spaces on the streets. And as well as what Concord does, they have an ordinance that allows handicapped folks to park with no cost either. So if they have a hang tag, they can park there as well at any city space. But we have a particular agreement and a special agreement with the City of Concord for those spaces around the Capitol complex that we consume on a regular basis. And we are cognizant of the fact revenue issues. So we unmask, you know how we have the bags and the cones? We remove those as soon as we can when we know the need's not there. So we watch that constantly. We're sensitive to the fact that it's a revenue stream for the city and that they're generous to give us those things. So we appreciate it, and we appreciate our neighbors just to the west of us.
Thank you.
Representative Murray for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not at all competent in construction and all that, but I'm curious, when you're trying to figure out the number of spaces that this could have, going from a smaller to the larger, is there any sense of looking at economy of scale of having, you know, if you have the more spaces, would that reduce the 50K that you're proposing per space, or is that the range of that still so small that it wouldn't have any impact on the cost per space?
No, they actually have brought that up when we had our pre-architectural meetings with the architect and stuff. They said there is a sweet spot for the decks, because each deck can carry so many, and it depends on how much you consume of that site. So there are architectural parameters that create the sweet spot for the cost, and they're going to look into those. But quite honestly, when you, as the commissioner mentioned, I believe, or the director, this is a wet spot. It's they don't call it Spring Street by chance. It's for a reason. So on a drought year, when we had some drilling done over there in the past, they went down 9 feet in a drought season in August, and they hit water, almost artesian type water, at 9.8 feet. So it's pretty wet around here. And so it makes for a poor construction site, but a great site proximity-wise.
Representative Leishman for a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. It's kind of a follow-up to Representative Heath. The number of spaces that we have around the LOB and the State House that are occupied or given to us, if you will, by the city, will any of those spaces be returned back if the parking garage is built?
We anticipate that, yes, a lot of them will be returned back. We'll keep a minimum amount around the base of the Capitol itself. But most of the other parking will all be accommodated within the new structure. And the new structure will have, it's going to be a requirement, it is in design really, for EV spaces, for handicap spaces, and several other minimum requirements. You know, modern day garages are modern day garages. They have control points, camera systems, the whole bit, because security is becoming, and always has been, a paramount, but when you build something new, you need this secure facility.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions from committee members?
Thank you,
Seeing
Mr.
none.
Chairman.
Your title?
Pardon me?
I'm not sure I gave you the correct title.
It's Chief Operating Officer for the General Court.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to say anything about this proposal on House Bill 384? Wait a minute, I got the number wrong. 384, yes, that's it. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Representative McGuire, you have a question?
No, we need to, these are,
Thank you.
you need to do that one. Do that
So
one.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just along the lines of your own little talk here, I wanted to just give my perspective. I heard you say that when you were studying this problem in the past, you were looking at parking garages that cost $33,000 a space. What we're looking at today, $35 million for 450 spaces or 400 spaces or whatever, that's more like $75,000 a space. And I just have a mental disconnect because, you know, I paid under $13,000 for my car a few years ago, you know, so, you know, parking that car in a $75,000 space just seems crazy. That's
No,
my problem.
I heard 55,000. Or roughly 50.
For the actual construction, the entire project.
Right.
Is, yeah.
Yeah, and that's, you know, and that's so that's about 50,000 per space. And of course, there's been a lot of inflation since 2005, even more in the last year.
Yeah.
So everything is going to be more expensive, and then we're also going to hear about problems getting the building materials. So, yeah, the sooner we get to it, you can see how much it's cost. When I think my recollection, the speaker may have remembered 92. I think we bought this building for $2 million, maybe 2 point something million, but I don't know if anybody knows exactly.
Question over here.
Representative Edwards for a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just need a mental refresh. I thought we did something in HB2 that arranged for this garage to be built and at least partially funded. And to Representative McGuire's point, I hope the parking spot lasts longer than your car.
Yes, I think we did put money in HB2, but I don't think anything is moved forward.
So my point there is I'm a little confused why we keep coming back to this issue. I thought it was a dead letter.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the money we put in last session, Representative Edwards, was for the move for the Department of Justice to move over to the building that they're currently building out the space for them to move into. It also had money in there for the preliminary tear down of the DOJ and doing the architectural work for the garage itself. That was all combined into, I think it was $9.5 million. That had nothing to do with the actual construction of the garage itself. We didn't have good enough numbers last year on the actual construction, so we didn't ask for any money, and that's why we're coming back this year to ask for the money for the actual construction of the garage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anything further? I have, on the blue sheet, Representative Tim Horrigan is signed up in favor. Representative Commissioner Arlinghouse, we've already heard from him. Also online, House Bill 384, support or oppose. Daniel Richardson from Nashua, opposed. Patricia Anastasia from Londonderry, opposed.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, do we have anything else?
Yeah, right here, this is mailed in, testimony from online and from, HB 311.
Okay, HB 311. This was online. Some of it is letters that will be in the folder for you to read. Here's the group of people that have signed online. Brian Getz from Portsmouth supports. Jared Mariaro, LMAC Chair from Meredith, supports. Jason Gagnon from Conway, supports. Jason Randall from Plymouth, support. Jim Pulio from Milford, support. Michael L. Tremblay, Pennacook, support. Sheila Connolly from Holderness, support. Vanessa Sheehan, I believe she's a rep, Milford, support. Daniel Richardson, Nashua, opposed. Catherine Heck, that was NHMA, supports. Representative Nancy Murphy from Merrimack, support. Susan Richmond from Durham, support. William Hounsell, North Conway, support. And then there's a group of letters. In digging through some old material, I found some architectural rendering that I will add to there of pictures of this fancy building that would have been put over here and the elimination of traffic on this street behind us. So it might be worthy of a look for an expensive project that was even turned down in 2005. Mr. Speaker, anything further?
If I just answer Representative Zaleski's question on the handicap, every year that those of us that have done parking, it's been an absolute nightmare, because every year we have more and more people that need handicap parking spaces. And we have to leave about 5 or 6 open for those that might need a temporary one, whether it be an accident or something of that nature. So we always have 5 or 6 left open, which we've already filled 3 of them, I think, this year. You know, for people that have had handicap things that might only last for 3 or 4 months. It's a nightmare. It's not going to get any better. And unfortunately, sometimes people come to us and we don't have any place to put them. So building this will eliminate that particular problem. But at the current rate we're doing things right now, future speakers are going to have one heck of a time if they don't have some place to put the members and the staff.
Thank you for that. Having needed one of those spaces after having surgery my first term, I understand the challenges with it, and I'm glad to know that that'll be addressed and our members will be have a safe place.
And this bill will now go to Division 1 for further review. They have, and Representative Leishman has scheduled it for next Tuesday, the 31st. It'll be the 5th bill that day at 1:30. House Bill 384, Division 1 will be hearing further. So if there's nothing further, I will close the hearing for now on House Bill 384, and you have about a 10-minute break before we start our 11:30 hearing.
Mr. Chair, I didn't want to say anything. Just turn the mic on.
Okay, in 1 minute, we'll open the hearing. Good morning. I will open the hearing on House Bill 506. Call on one of the sponsors, Representative Stapleton.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and the members of the committee for enabling me to speak as a co-sponsor on this bill. I am, for the record, Walter Stapleton, Sullivan County, District 6, Claremont and Croydon. I am not intimately familiar with the site and many of the aspects of this, so I'm going to talk in a general sense about this project and this bill. Historically, railroad and utility rights-of-way are very expensive and a great deal of effort to procure. And that was, many years ago, decades, hundreds of years ago, when it was easier. Now it's even more difficult. And when we have these assets of rail utility rights-of-way, even if they're discontinued from their original use, as in rail trails, these are still very viable, important assets. I happen to be a bicycler and hiker, and I've used with great satisfaction and fun many of the rail trails in this state and in other locations. So one of the quality aspects of a recreational use of rail trails is an uninterrupted and non-conflicting aspect with other traffic and usages. So when you truncate them, you have dead spots, shoe flies, runarounds. This is a detraction in the quality of the trail, and oftentimes may represent a compromise of safety to the trail users as well as the other traffic modes and intersections. And if there are other obstacles like cliffs, mountains, springs, brooks, whatever that represent compromise of safety, that's a further concern in that regard. But beyond the use of the rail trail for recreational and personal use, these are really important and viable assets to maintain the integrity of rights-of-way for utility, pipe, gas, electric, the various components of cables that might be able to use. And railroads have traditionally been extending rights-of-way to both power overhead and infrared cables for communication purposes. And as technology increases, the need for these things, very integral rights-of-way are important for that expanded use. So in this case, enabling this box tunnel to be built continues the integrity of the right-of-way for all of those purposes. And I would even place the importance of those purposes on utility and right-of-way usage for important technological uses, even as important or even above those of recreational. So I stand in support of 506 and encourage the committee to pass on it and to maintain the integrity of this important right-of-way asset.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Representative Griffin.
Yes, can you, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Could you tell the committee what the purpose is of the sentence that begins on line 3 that deals with a Class A misdemeanor?
Thank you for the question. I just wanted to review what was said in there. I did not write the legislation. However, projects of a very important nature, and I believe that this is in a category of that, needs to have some protection against protesters or actors who might interrupt the construction and delay and therefore increase the cost of this project.
Further questions from the
Thank you.
committee members? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 4 points. If you'd let me make them, I'll come to you each time. But on line 2, the project is described as a rail trail box tunnel option on Interstate 93 exit 4A. I perceived that to be too generic to really offer a lot of use to us. I would. What do you think about having that made more precise so we know what the intent is? It's my understanding that there's potentially multiple routes that could be selected, and so I'd like to know what route is anticipated to use state funding.
We may have someone from the DOT that will be able to answer that question.
I'll suspend and go to point 2, if I may. On line 4, the use of the word penalty is used at the end of that sentence, and it says the penalty in this section shall include these people. And I don't know who they're supposed to punish, but I suspect there's a typo there. The penalty in this section shall include the project manager, lead project engineer, and the commissioner of the DOT. So I think there's something wrong with that sentence. Do you see it, and how would that get fixed?
Yes, thank you for the question. Thank you for pointing out those details. I would preface my remarks by saying I wish I had had more opportunity and time to review and then make some recommendations on these sort of items. Yeah, that's unclear and needs clarification. The penalty, it seems like there's missing words in there or distracted thought.
Thank you.
So that needs an amendment. On the other question relative to the Interstate 93 exit 4A, I agree that there should be some further references to local roads adjacent, contingent to, relative to what the shoe fly or the runaround would be as an alternative, and if there are any other geographical conditions there like brooks, streams, water courses, whatever that are contingent or adjacent to this particular project area.
Thank you, sir. So I have 2 more. I following along with what Representative Griffin, I think, opened the door on is, I would be opposed to adding to the criminal code in this funding bill. I don't believe that's appropriate. I believe that the intent to allow construction to go forward is a good one. Do you think that there's already a criminal code that would deliver the protection this project is wanting afforded to it?
Thank you again for that question. Yes, I agree that we have ample code in law and alternatives in law to remedy or to discourage interruption of this or any other project.
And then my final is, thank you for your forbearance, sir. You know, given that this is trying to hire 3 new people, and that the state is on the hooks for some of the money, at least, it just strikes me that we may want to have a completion date or a sunset date so that it's clear when the state is no longer entangled in this execution of this project. What do you think about potential sunset date or a project completion date?
I have not been able to take a look at prospective project parameters. So, you know, the length of construction could be determined by the extent of the project. And I couldn't even give a guesstimate as to when a sunset or termination date might be appropriate. And therefore, maybe that is further for amendment with regard to looking at the project parameters and details and then coming up with such a sunset date.
Yeah, I'm looking at the sponsor list. I consider you all friends and smart people, and these comments were intended to be helpful.
I'm sorry again, please.
I was attempting to be helpful because as I look at the sponsor list, I know all of you. I respect all of you. I'm sure you're trying to do the right thing. I'm just not sure this is the right. It's not ready, I don't think.
I understand. I signed on to this conceptually as I expressed in my introduction, and I'm sorry that I'm bereft of some of the important details to help this committee further at this point.
Any further questions from committee members? Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I can understand your passion for wanting to have this project and get it done timely, but I'm having difficulty getting over lines 3 through 4. Is it your intention to create an entirely new misdemeanor aimed at 3 specific individuals? And if so, is there any precedent for that?
Yeah, that's a little bit out in outer limits. And again, I did not have the time or take the time to look at this closer, and I'm sorry for that. Having heretofore been able to evaluate that, I would have made some constructive recommendations, and the penalty aspect doesn't seem to fit because we have code and law already for answering any problems with this regard.
Any further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Stapleton, for your testimony.
Thank you.
I will next call on Representative Peter Stamnus, who's from the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. You have other people you want to testify as well? If it's red, it's ready.
No, sir.
Okay,
I'll be
thank you.
the only one testifying. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Peter Stamnus, the Director of Project Development for the DOT. Been with the DOT 36 years, and prior to this position, I spent 10 years as project manager for I-93 Salem to Manchester, which this construction project, Exit 4A, is a new exit on I-93. So I'm pretty familiar with the history of the project, and have been involved in a significant number of meetings on the project and the details of this. So, DOT opposes this bill. I'll give you a little bit of information on the proposed layout, and there was some questions about the differences between the 2 layouts. The bill mentions a tunnel option. the proposed option, the preferred option by the DOT and Town of Derry, who supports it, is a less direct route than the tunnel option. We call it the scenic route, and it was developed as a refinement and a cost-saving alternative to the original design, which was the tunnel option. This proposal provides a safe, grade-separated crossing that is ADA compliant. It improves, and I mean grade-separated, meaning the trail goes under the road, under Folsom Road, similar to the tunnel option. So there is no conflict between trail users and vehicles on Folsom Road. So it goes under Folsom Road, utilizing a bridge crossing. So there's a bridge that crosses the river, Shields Brook, and this alternative will take the trail under that bridge, adjacent to the river, and connect it to the rail trail on both ends, the north and south end. The proposed layout improves access and continuity to the sidewalks on Folsom Road. This isn't just a rail trail. It also connects to the sidewalks on the north and south side of Folsom Road, and there'll be connectivity to those sidewalks, which will be more direct for this proposed alternative, the scenic route, as opposed to the tunnel route. This alternative doesn't require a second structure, so that's identified as a cost savings, and that was one of the main driving elements of us utilizing or preferring this option. And it eliminates a structure from the maintenance role. So this will be owned and maintained by the Town of Derry, and one more structure that doesn't need to be maintained. It received public input at multiple meetings, and it's supported by the Derry Town Council. And it's really a sensible balance of all stakeholder interest. So in my experience, there have been very few projects that have received 100% support. We try to balance all of the concerns, and it's a difficult job to do that. And we feel that this solution does that. And what this bill will do, if it requires a change in design, so right now we are advancing the scenic route, the one structure alternative, and if we advance or change course and go with the tunnel option, which is suggested in the bill, it will cause additional delays to the construction schedule. And so that's reason for the opposition. And I'll also note that I'm not one of the people who are mentioned in the bill, but I know the other three who are, and the threat of incarceration certainly caught my eye.
Any questions from committee members? Representative Hewitt and Representative McGuire.
Thank you. From reading this bill, I take it it's been decided that what is going to be built is a rail trail box tunnel and nothing else.
No, sir.
No?
That's what the bill would prefer us to construct.
Well, if you name me one additional choice that you have as far as this project, other than a rail trail box tunnel. What else could you do?
The preferred alternative takes the rail trail and it passes it through and under a proposed bridge that right now there's probably a 5-foot diameter culvert that takes 5 or 6 foot diameter culvert that takes Shields Brook under Folsom Road. We're putting a 90-foot long bridge there, and the rail trail will go under that bridge and connect to the south end of the rail trail and the north end of the rail trail on the opposite side of Folsom Road.
A follow-up?
Follow-up.
So even, it would go underneath the bridge, but it wouldn't be called there wouldn't be a box tunnel there, right?
No.
Okay.
We'd utilize the proposed structure that's going to be used to carry vehicles over Shieldsbrook.
Okay, so the penalty imposed is for impeding a box tunnel construction. So if you did something else, this wouldn't apply, right?
The way I read it is, if we don't do a box culvert, then there's penalties. That's the way I read it, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
One could even read it to say that any state representative that impedes would have a penalty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Obviously, that's up to the judge, but I think that in a wider sense of reading it, any person. Representative McGuire for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I had a hard time following your testimony because I'm not familiar with this exit, et cetera. Do you already have, or maybe you could create, a side-by-side document that says the rail trail box tunnel option versus the scenic route option and different features of each, or maybe drawing of each, or cost of each, and that sort of thing, a kind of a side-by-side?
We've got lots of documentation on the various alternatives, and I could provide that to you.
Thank you.
Representative Telersky for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand this correctly, this project is already in process with the Department of Transportation with the approval of the town of Derry. Everyone's on board, and the funds are there, ready to go, as far as I can tell, with the fiscal note scheduled for this summer. Knowing I don't want you to try to project what was in the minds of the people who drafted this bill, but in your interactions with the development of this project with the town of Derry, can you enlighten us a little bit on what the opposition might be to the existing project that's already been approved and why they would prefer this?
I think they wanted the advocates for the tunnel option want the direct route, the straight shot through the box culvert under the road. The alternative that is being proposed is around 1,000 feet longer from a trail standpoint, because there's grades that need to be accounted for, and so there's some curvature to the trail, and so the point A to point B is about 1,000 feet longer in the state's proposal than the trail advocates' proposal, and I believe, and gleaned this from multiple conversations and meetings, that they prefer the direct route because they feel that it's more of it could be used as a commuting route, and that they feel that a direct route is safer.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Would I be correct, though, in what I stated also, that this project is planned, approved, budgeted for, and on track to happen anyway this summer?
It's already under construction, so
Yeah.
there's three contracts included in this corridor project. One is already under construction. This element, this portion of the corridor is under design. It has been on hold while we navigate the challenges around the approach and the location of this rail trail. So we put our pencils down and we waited until we got the support that we needed, and we had additional meetings to gather input. We do, we have one more element from a cultural resource standpoint that we need to finalize, and we've got basic agreement for from all the stakeholders, resources. We just need to get a final approval from the Federal Highway on the adjustment that we made through the design. And following up on this, the delays that we have had. Right now, we plan to move into construction on the second phase in 2024, and the third phase the year following that, 2025, with a full completion date of 2028 for the corridor. That's where our timetable is right now.
Thank you very much.
Representative Popovici Miller for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have a few, but I will ask for permission every time. Thank you for taking the questions. Let me preface this by saying that I'm from Windham, which is a community that's near, the location, and quite a few of our residents do use or plan to use that part of the rail trail. I should also say that I'm not a rail trail user myself, but I do hear a lot about it from the people in my community. Could you clarify, to start with, how much of the change between the original plan, which was the tunnel, to the current one, which we can call it the current one, was driven by cost and how much by safety? I've heard news reports, I've seen news reports that, it's really about safety, that it's really about cost. I would appreciate a understanding of how much each of those was a part of the decision.
It was mostly about the cost savings. We were looking for ways to bring the cost of the project down, and given the times that we're in, there are escalation going on that continues to move. But we have engineered a safe solution. It's ADA compliant, and some would suggest, and I'm a believer in this. I've also used the rail trails with my family, and when you're walking on the rail trails and you're shared with bikers, you need to pay attention to where you're walking, and if someone strays, because the bikers they go and they're welcome to do that. We've introduced some curvature to the trail that will slow, bring the speeds closer together with the different users, and we have grades that are appropriate for ADA to make them ADA compliant, and we've widened the trail in areas where there is curvature to improve safety, and so I believe that we've got a safe solution, and it's at a cost savings to the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you. May I? So I've heard a lot from a lot of residents about how this makes the rail trail harder to use and, just less enjoyable. And, this is a permanent project, right? It's not like we are going to redesign this. So we are talking about a one-time expense that needs to be carefully considered against usability concerns that will extend for many decades going forward. Has the department considered that, drop in usability for the trail as part of the balancing the costs versus the return,
Again, I think it's pretty subjective. Some might think that the more curvilinear trail, the scenic route, taking you down by the Shields Brook, wide open, airy crossing is going to be more enjoyable than a straight shot trail through a long, tight box culvert. We ran into, as we advanced the design, we found that there was shallow ledge and groundwater issues that complicate the overall design and construction, and also the long-term maintenance responsibilities for the structure. It's going to need to be lit. It's that the lighting in the tunnel is going to need to be maintained. There are many people who would choose not to go through a tunnel like that because they feel it's unsafe. So it's dependent on your perspective. I think it's very subjective in how you feel about that particular crossing.
Thank you. One more follow-up. Thank you. You stated earlier that you have basic agreement from all the stakeholders. Does that include the local rail trail alliances? Are they considered stakeholders, and have they agreed to the new design?
Early on, when this alternative was conceived, we did get a letter of support from the Rail Trail group, and we took that at face value. They do not support the option that we are proposing.
Thank you. And one question for you, Mr. Chair, if I could. And for the record, that Rail Trail support letter that you received was rescinded, later. So now, as you just said, the Rail Trails do not support the proposed solution. Is that
that's
fair?
That's fair.
So, because I do consider the Rail Trails and the local people who are very involved in this to be significant stakeholders, and I am shocked that they are not here to testify, and the only explanation I can think of is that they did not realize this bill was on the schedule. It's very hard for normal people to keep track of the House schedule. Is there any way to have a second hearing on this bill just to make sure that all those people that showed up at every meeting related to this for the local meetings have an opportunity to testify? Thank
This
you.
will go to Division 2, and they will have another hearing, and that will be an opportunity. And we did have
Oh, is it too?
It's on your schedule? All right. I'll go to Division 1.
Thank you.
Because it is dealing with DOT, which is the oversight by Division 2. So, this is the Department of Natural Resources, which handles the rail trails, which goes to Division 1. We've run into these things before. So, between the two of you, obviously it's gone to Division 1 because it is a rail trail bill, and they would welcome DOT to come into the hearing, and anybody else that wants to go. Hopefully, we will see all these sketches and so on. And there's another curious aspect here that no one has brought up yet. Savings from the elimination of the shared use crossing of $375,000. I wonder how that is a savings.
The 375, that.
Yeah, it has in the bill. The Department states the tunnel is estimated to cost $1,125,000 to build, and savings from the elimination of the shared use crossing of $375,000 results in a net construction fiscal impact of approximately $750,000. Since no one has commented on that, I thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah, $750,000 savings.
No, a $375,000 savings by eliminating a shared use crossing. What is that?
If I may.
Representative Erf wants to comment.
I think what they're saying is what you're doing is going to cost some money, and by applying that money to the 750, they get up to their total.
What the intent of the statement is to say that by eliminating and not constructing the second structure, there's a cost savings to the project of $750,000. There is some additional costs that are associated with the preferred alternative, the scenic route that goes under the bridge, the roadway bridge. that cuts into the cost savings. So the box culvert would be 1.125 million, and there's some additional costs for the one structure that would be included with the project of 375, and the net difference is the 750. Maybe that could be worded a little differently, but there was some additional work that was necessary to the Shields Brook Bridge crossing to accommodate the rail trail passing under the bridge. Retaining wall work and such. So.
Thank you. Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and you are, okay, Representative McGuire has a question.
Thank you. Just since you brought this up, so the fiscal note says there's an additional 112.5 that's going to be needed for design. So, am I reading this right, that the 750 in the bill is inadequate to do this full job?
You're reading it correctly.
And may I follow up? And is it anticipated that this money would come from the highway fund, or because the bill doesn't seem to specify?
Yeah, I'm not sure where the money's going to come from.
I see. Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Hewitt.
Now that I'm reading the methodology, it says that the bill makes a $750,000 general fund appropriation for fiscal year 2024 to be used for costs related to the rail trail box tunnel construction project. Pardon? Oh, here we go. If you're not building the rail trail box tunnel, then I want to know what the $750,000 pertains to. In other words, if you've had funds, appropriated before this, or is the $750,000 the first shot?
In the current proposal, the tunnel, the box culvert, is not included.
Okay.
The advocates would like it included, and if we include it, it'll be a capital cost of approximately $750,000, plus there'll be another 100 and something and change for design, because we have to go back and we have to negotiate with our consultant, complete the design work that's necessary to accommodate the culvert, and then and that's all going to take time, and it's going to add another 6 months on. So I believe part of the reason for this bill is so that the town of Derry, maybe, I don't know, didn't have to pay the additional money, or somebody, it wouldn't come out of somebody else's pocket, but it's coming out of the state's pocket anyway with the $750,000. So I'm unsure. I'm really unsure.
Follow up. So this bill appropriates $750,000 to the Department of Transportation to construct the rail trail box tunnel construction project. Is that right? Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Okay. We'll work on that.
Any further questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll next call on Alex Katrubis for his input.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of you heard me this morning. I'm Alex Katrubis. I'm here representing ACEC New Hampshire, American Council of Engineering Companies. We're an association of about 70 engineering firms throughout the state. Many of our firms work with New Hampshire DOT on various transportation-related projects, roads, bridges, traffic safety, survey, and many other professional services. We're here today to oppose this legislation, specifically lines 3 through 6, which, as we've been discussing here, would establish a Class A misdemeanor penalty on any individual who negligently fails to construct or impedes in any way the completion of the rail trail box tunnel construction project. We believe that this is a very dangerous precedent to threaten state employees, and as we read the bill, it would also include consultants for specific design decisions that they're making on public works projects. No one said it yet, I don't think, but the Class A misdemeanor, I looked at the Department of Safety's website, it is a jail sentence of not less than 1 year, or of less than 1 year, excuse me, of less than 1 year, and a fine of $2,000. So that's what the penalty is. Obviously, you all know we were able to widen I-93 from Salem to Manchester. We didn't threaten anyone with a Class A misdemeanor to get it done. We built the Memorial Bridge. We built the Sarah Mildred Long Bridge. We've done a lot of really great public works projects without putting a gun to people's heads. So the bill is, as Representative Edwards and the chairman pointed out, it's really poorly drafted. The first sentence says any person, and then it specifically in the next sentence names 3 people. So which one is it? Is it any person, or is it just those 3 people? If the executive, if by some miracle this was to get signed into law, which I highly doubt would happen, you could argue that the executive council, if they rejected the contract amendment to build this, you just heard it's going to take a contract amendment, could the executive council, be charged with a misdemeanor? Are we going to issue a warrant for their arrest? So it doesn't seem to be a really serious attempt to solve this issue. I would recommend that the folks who are trying to do this work with DOT and try to come up with some kind of a compromise. But obviously, this is not the way to do it. I've sent this bill to a lot of engineers, and the responses have been fairly amusing, as you can imagine. I think somebody called it a dumpster fire, so I'll just leave it at that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We'd obviously urge you to ITL this bill and let this project move forward. I mean, the governor has said, Governor Sununu has said that he remembers going to meetings with his father when he was governor, talking about Exit 4A. So that's how long we've been talking about this thing. So this is going to, delay it another 6 months, and that's probably a best case scenario. So DOT has done a lot of work on this. They're the experts. Certainly, if the legislature were to pass a law to require this, the engineer, the consultant would follow the direction of their client, the DOT, and get them done what they need to get done. So we don't really have a real position on whether or not it should be included, but certainly the penalty section is really not good public policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Of course.
Representative Murray for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this is quick. Would you mind awfully spelling your name?
Sure. I can give you a card. It'll probably
Okay.
be easier. That way you can get to lunch.
Any further questions from committee members? Thank you for
You're
your
welcome.
testimony. Any other members, any other people in the audience that wishes to testify? Okay. Representative Leishman, do you have this on a schedule? We do, next week. Would you announce it? Next Tuesday at 9 o'clock. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Division 1 hearing across the hall. I also have quite a lengthy list of people that have gone online to put messages. You'll have all them for Division 1. If you wish to read them, they're very similar. Catherine McDonald of Derry supports. David Topham from Salem supports. Jennifer Blaze from Wyndham supports. Susan Woods from Concord support. Abby Evanko from Gorham supports. Alex Vogt from Bedford supports. Alexander Bernhard from Andover supports. Andy Day from Derry support. Bob Burnoth from Chester supports. Caroline Morse from Sandown supports. Kathleen Stewart from Londonderry supports. Douglas Atkins from Salem supports. Elizabeth Burgess from Deerfield supports. Elizabeth Richter from Chester supports. Ernie Roy from Nashua supports. James and Jennifer Babolia from Derry support. Jean Fugina from Londonderry supports. Jeffrey Cream from Nashua is opposed. Jonathan Normington from Wyndham supports. Julie Grubau from Candia supports. Catherine Normington from Wyndham supports. I think she's down there twice. Keith Evans from Fremont supports. Leif Martinson, Northfield, support. Mark Connors, Derry, support. Mary Ellen Stella, Derry, support. Michael Lucci, Londonderry, support. Michael McAfee, Dover, support. Nicole Shattuck, Derry, support. Patricia Anastasia, Londonderry, support. Paula Bedard, Goffstown, support. Robert Spiegelman, Concord, support. Ronald Cartwright, Derry, support. Claire Prince, Londonderry, support. Dan Watkins, Derry, support. Deborah Winger, Waterville Valley, support. Dorena Sovey, Derry, support. Dorsey Collins, Derry, support. Ellen Kolb, DeMerrimack, support. Hester Campbell, Concord, support. Jesse Medeiros, Plainfield, support. Jessica Scrignuoli, Derry, support. Judith Kurtz, Concord, support. Karen Roberts, Hampton, support. Catherine DeLay, Derry, support. Katie Settings, Concord, support. Ken Wenger, Waterville Valley, support. Mike Banks, Salem, support. Paul Secanario, Sandown, support. Richard DeLay, Derry, support. Stacy Begin, Hollis, support. Stephen Carney, Amherst, support. On the blue sheet, A.A. Pollock from Concord is opposed. Representative Edwards.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to make sure I understand our process. I don't recall reading all the names in past terms, and is this a new rule, or is this your effort to increase transparency and public participation? Are we required to read those, or was that did you exercise an option?
Guess you could say I exercised an option.
Thank you, sir.
Usually the list isn't quite as lengthy, but there might be names in there that, you know, those of you that represent those towns might want to pay attention, because you may get a call from those people wondering, did you know that I support or oppose this bill? And you'll say, yes, it was read out in the committee, and I am aware of that. Thank you very much for your call. So.
What's that one there? I'm just trying to keep everything straight.
Me too. All right. Anything further on this bill? Hearing none, we will be in recess till 1 o'clock, when we'll be coming back to hear about HB 49, relative to postponing the closure of Sununu Youth Service Center.
Mr. Chair, before you gavel, as the sponsor of 49 and knowing what it is relative to a parallel bill running in the Senate and the House, I believe that we could do 49 in 30 minutes, so that you can still stick to the 2 o'clock for HB 50, and if you recessed us until 1:30, I think you're compliant with the rules and you're giving everyone a chance to take a break. So my recommendation would be to recess us to 1:30 for just your consideration, sir.
Any objection from any members? All right. Anybody that shows up at 1 o'clock, we'll tell them that the It has been recessed until 1:30. I may open the hearing at 1 o'clock to announce that, just to be accurate, because that is what is posted. Thank you. We'll be back here at 1:30 for House Bill 49.
It's good for them to know.
Yeah, it is. She said that my son and the guy working for me broke into her apartment to do drugs and drink beer, and they don't do drugs or drink beer. I think she's the one doing the drugs. Were you in Environment and Agriculture 2 terms ago?
I wasn't on the committee, no. I've
Seems like
been
I know
on,
you from somewhere.
well, I've been on, Public Works for 5 terms, so I'm just like really familiar with all this stuff that they're talking about. To just like come in and completely try to change a project after there's been planned for like 20 years.
Fourth name
On
on the list.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Were you on ENA?
Yeah, it was 2
Yeah.
terms ago, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been spending a lot of time in ENA because I'm working on all these solid waste issues, but I never served on it.
Those solid waste issues are
Yeah,
bad news.
that's like my new thing. You'll
Yeah.
probably hear more about it. See you later.
See ya.
Pretty hard to re-engineer something when you're in the middle of construction. They take their direction. In other words, you
It being 1:30, I'll come out of recess. We open this hearing at 1 o'clock and recess till 1:30. Open the hearing on House Bill 49, FNA. Call on the prime sponsor, Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Rockingham District 31. That's Auburn, Candia, Chester, Deerfield. I'm here to introduce House Bill 49. This is an act relative to postponing the closure of the Sununu Youth Services Center. I'm going to ask for the chairman to consider simply retaining this bill, and I'll explain why. This is like the little red box that you see as you walk down the hallway that says, in case of time. I, at this point, am extremely optimistic that this bill is not actually going to need to be considered for an OTP because things are going very well with the real plan. The real plan that you don't see before you today is that the House and the Senate have been running parallel activities to get a complete Sununu replacement bill together. On the Senate side, it's SB1 and it's been amended a couple of times. On the House side, it's HB 120 that's got one amendment, and I'm introducing another one on Tuesday to Children and Family Law. The good news, to me, the metaphor is we have two horses running down in parallel paths. We need one of them to win, and we want them to win as quickly as possible. Because the crisis we're trying to avoid is that under current law, the Sununu Center closes on 1 March. For those of you with a wristwatch, 1 March is like 5 weeks, and there is no real plan for what to do with the people who are residents of that facility. Some of them may end up having to get sent out of state if they have to close on 1 March. Some of them may end up going into like a level 4 instead of a level 5 secure facility, which increases public safety chances or risks. So we want to avoid the premature closure of the Sununu Center. Now, why are we waiting until this term to deal with this? Well, because we had a very nice compromise between the House and the Senate at the end of last term that got set up for a committee of conference. The committee of conference, somebody in the other House saw that we that's a different committee of conference story. I have so many stories. No, what happened on this one was on the committee of conference, the agreements going into that formal meeting between the House and the Senate was around capacity. And the Speaker and the Senate wanted a capacity of 12 operationally with an ability to go to 18 if there was an exigent reason to do so. Exigent, I guess. And the House representative decided, despite assurances to the Speaker beforehand, decided to go with 6 instead of the 12 to 18, and that caused the committee of conference process to collapse, which left us stuck with this legislative date and statute of closing on 1 March. We basically failed to do our job. So this term, we've been trying to fast track these bills. Division 3 has been invited to the Children and Family Law Committee so that while they formally heard that larger replacement bill that was predicated on the committee of conference agreement, I think we had a majority of Division 3 at that, Children and Family Law. So your committee, sir, is tracking along with this for the most part. And I think we're in a really good position to receive the Senate version that passed today unanimously. So that's a good sign. It's going to come over to the House. The clerk and the speaker are talking about it. The idea is that we're going to continue to fast track the Senate version of the full replacement bill. And my proposal to the majority leader and others was, since Children and Family Law has heard so much of the bill, if they could forego and waive another committee hearing on it, then it could come straight to Finance, and then we could get it onto the floor faster. And I don't know what's going to happen on the floor. I'm hopeful that, given the Senate unanimous approval of it, that we can get a majority of the House to approve SB 1 as amended. If we cannot, that's why we need a HB 49. This is the break glass option if we can't do SB 1 through the House. We need to get something to the governor, late February at the latest. Otherwise, we've got a crisis over there in the Sununu Center. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Questions of Representative Edwards from any of the committee members? Representative Wallner for a question.
So regardless of what happens with Senate Bill 1 or House Bill 120, wouldn't it make more sense for us to put a more realistic date on this one, because 49 probably can move along as quickly as anything. We can get it through the floor, so that the date is more reasonable. I mean, right, you only give us now until June to build a building or to get everybody moved out. So if we moved it out a couple of years, wouldn't that be an alternative to have this, at least we would have this piece of it for sure taken care of, as the rest of it, as the other two bills move through, and they could stumble at any point.
Okay, so Representative Wallner, I know that you've been following this for years, and I know that your support on what we do is really important to what the House action is ultimately. I have come to believe that the best bet to fix the problem is to agree with the Senate's unanimous support for SB 1 as amended, and to run that up the flagpole first. And if we can't get SB 1 passed, then I would see, assuming this comes to Division 3, I could see Division 3 sending it to the full Finance Committee after we know the disposition of SB 1 in the House to take corrective remedial break glass action. So I don't know what is to be gained by messing with SB 49, because I think the odds at this point is that we can get SB 1 and it's the long-term fix. Let's just fix it instead of kicking the can down the road.
Thank you.
Representative Stringham for a question.
Being relatively new to this issue, does SB 1 address where the current residents of the Sununu Youth Center would go between March 1st and when the new long-term solution is on board? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and the answer is yes. What would happen is the sections of current law that close it on 1 March would be repealed, and in its place it would say, here's a replacement facility that meets the following kind of conditions and requirements, and once it's open for business, I use the term go live, the software term, but when we can go live in the replacement facility, the residents will be transferred, and at that point, the current Sununu Center would be closed down, and it would be closed down for any new admissions and all the new any new activity after opening of the new facility would be in the new facility. To just kind of take it a little bit further, it also says that the existing Sununu Center would then go under the control of the Department of Administrative Services and would be available for, I've called it disposal. Somebody came up with a smarter word that starts with R, but recycling, reclamation, but essentially doing something with it. And one of the bright ideas that I've heard in the last 24 hours that the department could look at is maybe taking that empty facility that was sort of built on a jail basis, maybe making that so that the secure forensic hospital that we said should be replaced so that we can get patients out of the prison. Maybe it can be remodeled for that adult use once the kids are gone. I think that's a genius idea that probably would be worthy of discussion at some point. It was way beyond your question, but the short answer to your question is yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee members? Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Again, this is also relatively new to me before sitting in at the Child and Family Law hearing earlier this week. But what I do know, or what I believe I know, is that a location for the new center isn't finalized. Is that correct?
There's two answers to that.
Okay.
The technical answer is that no, the site has not been selected yet. That the department has identified 3 possible locations, and that once this bill gets passed, the formal process of site evaluation and talking to the communities and all of that stuff will happen. That's the technical official answer. I think the reality is that there's an extremely high bias towards co-location of this with the Hampstead Hospital. So that we could potentially, through that co-location, leverage some of the staff at that facility that's trained in managing mental and behavioral health aspects of juveniles. So we get some leveraging of a critically short resource, which is the manpower that's specialized in this area, and that we could get some other advantages of co-location. So the official answer is there are 3 sites that will be evaluated. To be honest with you, I think the bias and the momentum is really heavily aimed at Hampstead, and in order to get the support of the Hampstead senators and representatives, one of the amendments that got approved today said that they're going to do this commission to make sure that the community gets coordinated with, and that that there's an appropriate amount of money that's going to be transferred to compensate for the lost property value and to compensate for extra fire and law enforcement. So the bill that you're going to see that you did not see in Children and Family Law, because it's got amended by the Senate, has some additional provisions to ensure that the local representation at Hampstead are happy. And the only reason they did that is because everyone sort of knows the open secret that this will probably go to Hampstead. Does that answer your question?
If I can have one little follow-up, thank you. Well, I understand all that and I appreciate the answer. I guess what question comes to me is, what would be the normal process to determine a location for something this significant? And are we jumping over that process for either the communities that may be affected or any of us who are decision makers? Are we jumping over a normal process by pushing through? I haven't seen the Senate bill, so I'm just
Yeah.
I feel
yeah.
funny commenting on a bill that's not in front of me. I apologize, but
Right. I mean, the bill doesn't talk about the site. It talks about when there's a site, here are the requirements that we want. We're not prejudging site location. But to answer your specific question, are we jumping over process? Yeah. And I think part of it's our own fault. We were supposed to pass this bill back in June, and we have this 1 March deadline. And so I respect the fact that the commissioner and the director have continued to do a very thoughtful examination of the possibilities in anticipation that something like the committee of conference agreement was going to get passed. So they've been doing homework in advance instead of standing around doing nothing, right? So they've got some initial momentum, and the director's here, he can speak to some of this, but I basically applaud it. Now one thing I have done, and what some of the senators have wanted to do, was to encourage the commissioner and others to go ahead and to begin reaching out to communicate with the potentially affected communities, because the uncertainty was causing dysfunction. You know, when people don't know what's going on, rumors start, you know, false allegations arise. So we've been encouraging the department to begin communications, but I think they've kept their powder dry until they actually know what the legislature and governor wants them to do. So, yes, ma'am.
Any further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We'll next call on Director Ribson.
Good afternoon. Joe Ripsum, Director of DCYF. Happy to see everybody today. I would be happy to take folks' questions. Agree with what Representative Edwards said in terms of, you know, there are a couple moving parts to this. There is the idea around trying to move a substantive piece of legislation very quickly. I think you would describe this as kind of the belt and suspenders approach of kind of the, you know, what do we do just in case. The Senate did today move the substantive piece of legislation SB 1 through final passage unanimously. So I'd expect crossover to, you know, occur promptly and to have that bill over here in the House. Child and Family Law, as the Division 3 members know anyway, started hearing HB 120, which is Representative Edwards' version of a similar bill last week. Those bills do need to pass by the end of February, lest we find ourselves in a situation where SYSC closes without an alternative for the young folks who are currently committed and detained there. And New Hampshire will continue to have laws on the books requiring the detention and commitment of kids, but will have no place to legally detain or commit kids on that date. So with that, you know, we do support the bill to the extent that it becomes necessary. We will defer to all of you in terms of strategy and tactics on how and when to move that bill or not move that bill in terms of, you know, sequencing, and I'll be happy to take questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I have a card from Mark Kavanaugh, Associate Counsel, NHRS. Oh, wrong bill, wrong bill. Somehow it got put on top of the other one. All right, do I have any more for House Bill 49? It does not appear that I do. Okay. Anything further from the committee? We'll take a look at who else signed up. Keith Kuning from Waypoint is in favor. The sheet from the online is blank. So we will close the hearing on House Bill 49, and it will be going to Division 3. And I don't believe they have a scheduled hearing on it yet, probably waiting for that other one that we're waiting to come through. So, I hope we all realize the importance of this. Something needs to be done quickly. Thank you for pointing that out. The hearing is closed, and we have a few more minutes till our 2 o'clock, and we'll start that on House Bill 50. So anybody, I have some cards already on House Bill 50. Anybody else wants to add one?
Hearing on HB 50. And I'll call on Representative Mike Edgar, the sponsor.
For the record, my name is Mike Edgar. I'm a representative from Hampton. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and committee members for allowing me to introduce HB 50 today. This bill is relative to payment of state of a portion of the retirement system contribution of political subdivisions. More plainly, this bill requires the state to pay 7.5% of political subdivision employer pension contributions on behalf of teachers, police, and firefighters. Many of you know the history of the state reneging on its promise to fund a portion of the retirement program. Others may testify in more detail on the history, but a few of the low points are in 1967, the state encouraged political subdivisions to join a statewide retirement system for teachers, police, and firefighters, and said it would contribute 40%. In 1977, state reduced its contribution to 35%. 2009, it was a busy year with different amendments and things, but it was first was to reduce the share to 30% in fiscal year 2010. Then an amendment to reduce the state share to 25% in fiscal year 2011. And then later, in 2009, an amendment to restore the state contribution to 35% in fiscal year 2012. But in 2011, amendment to completely eliminate the state contribution was done, and yes, it actually went down to zero. So last year in 2022, Rennie Cushing submitted a bill similar to ones he had submitted in the past, and this time it was for 7.5% to be restored. This actually passed in the House, but the Senate changed it and did it only for 1 year. I want to mention that in 2022, last year, the bill did pass the House, and it was only by bipartisan support that it did. Again, towns, cities, and schools were asked to join the state retirement system with promise that the state would help defray the employer costs. When the New Hampshire retirement system was formed in 1967, replacing 4 smaller separate retirement systems, the state contributed 40% of the total employer costs. The 7.5% that we have now is only for 1 year, and then it reverts back to zero. Since the state reneged on its promise, the political subdivisions have had to pay for the state's share of the employer costs, much of which have been downshifted to municipal and local school property tax rates. Please consider voting OTP on HB 50 to partially reinstate the promise of the state to the political subdivisions. It would provide much-needed relief to political subdivisions and help offset the need for increased property taxes. FB 50 helps the average taxpayer in New Hampshire. Again, thanks for giving me this opportunity, and I assume there's going to be some questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Representative Heath?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In my city of Manchester, those funds were very welcomed, and it allowed us to directly look at our property tax base. Do you agree with the fact that the best way that the state can help towns and municipalities to reduce their property taxes is to, in fact, pass this bill?
I'd like to say yes, but I'd preface it to say there's a lot of things the state could do to help property taxes by not downshifting different things. But this is a very, to me, is a very significant amount and issue, and I guess you could say that if they get back to the 40%, it'd even be better.
Other questions? Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is there anything in the bill that requires municipalities to apply these particular funds to lowering property tax as opposed to other expenditure?
There's nothing specifically in the bill that would direct that. It's kind of unusual to direct how things are going to be done that way. I just know that the experience that I would have is it would really help with providing the services that you want to, that hopefully you wouldn't increase your tax rate. And it maybe if you're fortunate enough, especially if you went up to 40%, we'd probably decrease it.
Further questions? Thank you, Representative.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is it Catherine Heck in the audience?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Heck. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are here to express our support for this legislation. Our members have a policy to encourage and support the reinstatement of the state retirement contribution. I won't repeat any of the history that you just heard, and many of you are probably familiar with that history. I will say that last year, the bill that passed for the one-time payment using state surplus of 7.5%, which gave $26.7 million back to municipalities. In that case, those funds were applied on the MS 434 and reported as revenue, therefore decreasing taxation. So for example, Amherst School District received $174,000, or their taxpayers received that reduction, if that was, because it was reported as revenue for one example. The town of Hampton, I believe, received $164,000 according to NHRS data. The town of Guilford received $60,000. So that did go to reducing the tax burden by counting it as revenue. This bill, however, does not direct those funds to answer your question in that way. It would reduce what the budgeted amount has to be for the municipality in this case, because it's not a reimbursement. So they would only budget 92% of what they're currently budgeting. So it would come right out of the what needed to be raised and appropriate. So I do believe it would reduce taxation, because funds would not be having to be raised and appropriated at the 100% level should this legislation pass. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Mr. Papavici Muller.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You said that the town has received 26 million in revenue, and that led to tax reductions. But that would only be the case if no new expenditures were made in light of that new revenue. Do you have any data to support, that the towns just took the savings and applied it to the property, or is it an assumption?
So these were unanticipated funds. They had to be accepted under law, under RSA 3195B. So they wouldn't have been budgeted for. So when we create our town budgets, we have the appropriation side, so what you've chosen to allow the town to spend, and then we have the revenue side. So we had to budget 100% of the cost and tax people on 100% of the cost. So when we received these payments and we reported them as revenue that we did not anticipate, it automatically came off the top before the taxes were redistributed. So therefore, it would reduce taxation.
Quick follow-up?
Follow-up.
Thank you. Thank you for describing the process. As the former finance director for the town of Windham, I'm deeply familiar with that, and everything you said is accurate. But it is also, known that towns have opportunity to decide towards the end of the year whether to spend appropriated money or not, depending on how much money is left in the budget. And obviously new revenues coming in change that equation. This is the, question that I was asking, whether you, asked or studied that, or, is it just an assumption that because the revenue was there and it wasn't appropriate, it must have been savings? I'm just trying to establish, how you arrive to that conclusion that this is all property tax savings?
Oh, thank you for your question. I appreciate that clarity. So the funds came in December, and for many of our calendar year towns I can speak to, that their year closed. So if their fiscal year closed and they reported it on revenue in November when the tax rate is set, they wouldn't have an opportunity to respend those funds because it would have lapsed. So therefore, I do believe in many cases that these funds directly did impact in a very positive way property taxes for our
Thank you.
residents. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Jean Deach? Honorable Jean Deach, sorry.
For the record, my name is Jean Deach, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for listening to my testimony today. I'm here representing a group that I chair called Granite State Matters. We're a media organization with 4,000 members and subscribers, and our goal is to make the public aware of how what elected officials do affects their pocketbooks and their daily lives. So I thank you for your one-time contribution to the Group 1 and Group 2 pension sharing last year, and for considering making that permanent with HB 50, costing about $26 million next year. What I want to suggest is that that is not enough for your constituents. I was in Ways and Means on Tuesday, and testimony there said that New Hampshire is first to recover in recessions. But what they did not say is that that recovery was based on downloading $100 million in expenses to towns and property taxpayers. And we've done that for at least 10 years now. That's, by my calculation, almost $1 billion that taxpayers, mostly taxpayer property tax funding, has lent to the state. What would the bond interest be on that payment if they had had to borrow it, if the state had had to borrow it? That's $1 billion. So really, 26 million for 1 year, thank you very much. But that's only the start, and we really need, at this point, to give towns back what has been taken from them. On Tuesday, in Ways and Means, some lawmakers had the audacity to support a bill called HB 100, which would have taken the interest and dividends tax to zero. They said that we no longer need the $113 million that tax would bring in if it were at the 5% level it's traditionally been at. The state's doing so well that we don't need to tax that anymore. Of course, that particular tax is paid almost all by the top 5% of dividend and interest earners in the state. But it's said that we no longer need that money. That $113 million would fund next year's pensions up to about 32%. So shouldn't a state that's touting its ability to quick recovery and its excellent economy face up to the responsibilities to municipalities? And instead of cutting taxes on those most able to pay, shouldn't it be at least picking up its share of the pension burden in upcoming years, even if it never pays back the $1 billion that it's shirked? If you look at the sheet that I handed out, you'll see how our population has changed over the last decade. You'll see that New Hampshire families have been forced out. Our level of school-age children has dropped 12 and 13%, while our level of seniors has risen 47%. And my neighbor's an award-winning realtor, and she tells me that it's gotten worse since the pandemic, that she now speaks almost solely to 50 through 70-year-olds, and that the 30-year-olds she's talking to who can afford to move here are childless. So that's where our state's headed, and the property tax problem is part of it. As you all know, it's much more complicated than just property taxes. We've got housing and many other issues. But we can start with the property tax. So I suggest that you not only support HB 50, but amend it to return at least 32% in revenue sharing to the municipalities you represent. And I hope that when it comes round to HB 192, that you all support that bill as well. I pay that tax. I'm willing to continue to pay that tax because I know that the future of our state relies upon it. So I assure you that Granite State Matters will be reporting on this committee and Ways and Means Actions, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Representative Edwards.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understand an assertion and any data that you have to support something. I think I'm hearing you say that because we haven't been contributing as much as we initially promised, that's caused the flight of young people from New Hampshire, that there's a causative action between failing to fund the pension at promised rates and a reduction of school-age children to 12 to 13%. Can you help me understand the science behind that and what research you have to draw that conclusion?
Representative Edwards, you know that it's much more complicated than that. It's not.
I know. I'm just
it's not
asking
a
about
single
your
cause,
assertion.
But I will connect those dots. The lack of funding has raised property taxes, and property taxes, as we all know, are one of the issues that are facing families trying to live here. And the fact that it's very complex, the fact that salaries have not kept up with the increases in costs of both property and property taxes and everything else is part of what's causing. It's certainly not the sole reason, but we can only start to address these things in steps. And this is a step we can take. I'll just add, by the way, that the $113 million is the DRA fiscal note on HB 192.
Follow up.
So would you believe that we heard the BEA testify in the last week or two on changing demographics to say that they are able to determine why people are moving in the state because they're available to survey and ask them, but that they are unable to tell us officially the reasons why they depart, because once they leave the state, we lose the ability to survey them and ask them. And because our own department can't figure it out, I'm still interested in what research you have to back up your assertion in the midst of a complex situation.
Okay, well, if you look at our total in school enrollments, it's obvious that we are losing children. So there's no question about that, right? And the Census Bureau figures show that we are losing children. Now, your question is why we are losing children. That's also a complex thing. People are having fewer children. But what the department is able to tell you, and I'm sure told you, is that we are gaining people from immigration. And if we are losing people, maybe of all ages, though that's not what the census shows, and we are gaining only older people, it's pretty obvious that we are losing families. And that we know that the people who are coming here, as my realtor friend told you, and as I'm sure the department probably told you, are people who are quite affluent. And they have to be in order to pay the prices and the taxes and everything that's here. So by definition, if only affluent seniors and singles can move in, and across the board, people are moving out, children are growing older, they're not being replaced, that is what shows that the lack of affordability is an issue here. There are two experiments going on, one, I believe, in each of our cities, in Concord and Manchester, in which they have some very affordable housing. And by providing this very affordable housing, they have been able to attract some low-income families. So there are projects going on that would suggest that it is an income factor and that we can attract people if we can get our prices down. And as I say, this is just one step, and it's a step that we can take by not cutting the I&D and using that money toward this end.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Marie Muller.
Hello, good afternoon. Marie Mullen, Director of Finance from the New Hampshire Retirement System. We have a handout coming out here for a bill brief from the retirement system. First, I'd just like to state that the retirement system neither supports nor opposes this legislation. We're merely here to attest to the facts on the actuarial report that we have received for the legislature. So, as you've heard on the testimony, this bill requires that the state pay 7.5% of the political subdivision employer pension contributions on behalf of teachers, police officers, and firefighters. The retirement system received an independent actuary estimate from our actuaries, GRS, and we estimate that the political subdivisions employer contribution costs on behalf of the teachers, police officers, and firefighters would be reduced by approximately $26 million in 2024, $27 million in 2025, and almost $28 million in 2026. And the cost to the state would increase by that amount. And this would be in perpetuity, so those costs would be savings to the municipalities going forward and cost to the state past 2026. This analysis only went to 2026. The bill does not impact the unfunded liability, the unfunded actuarial liability with the retirement system, because it does not change the total amount of the employer contributions. We've provided some additional background, which I think the other folks have already testified to, and I would just open it up to any questions that anyone may have.
Questions from the committee? Oh my goodness. Representative Hawken-Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I served in a previous life as a member of the Hanover Finance Committee, and I recall in several meetings that the topic of the OPEB came up quite a bit. And I was just wondering if you could maybe speak about a little explainer for those who are watching at home who may not know. Could you speak to that unfunded actuarial accrued liability and talk about what that concept means for the folks at home?
Okay. So what this is we have the actuaries, so we have census data, so we estimate the number of retirees, what their wages are going to be, what the investment earnings will be in the fund, and we project out into the future over a 30-year period how much will be needed to fund and continue to pay the pensions and the other pension liabilities of the municipalities, the state, police and fire. So the unfunded liability is that portion that's identified from what we have for investments, plus what we bring in from employers, and then what the employees pay towards their retirement. That difference is the unfunded liability. So currently, that's approximately $5.7 billion of unfunded liability.
Further questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Papavici Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This is not one of those questions where I can kind of guess the answer is, so I really don't know this. I've hired actuaries, but I'm not sure exactly how they do their magic. It tends to be rather opaque. Is there any way to look at actuarial data and try to see whether changing who pays for the retirement fund, whether a larger share is paid by the state or by the municipalities, has an impact on the wages and benefits, the total compensations paid by the towns?
I am not sure if we've done a study or had the actuaries do that before. That's something I could go back and look into and find out.
I would appreciate at least knowing whether that's a question they could answer hypothetically, because I really don't know whether they could. But thank you. If you could follow up, it would be appreciated.
Can you
Thank
repeat
you, Mr. Chair.
can you just repeat the
Sure.
question again? I wanna make sure
I would just like to know whether actuaries have the ability to determine whether a change in who pays, whether the state pays or the municipality pays different shares, changes the total amount of compensation paid by the towns, depending on whether they are fully responsible or they are only partly responsible for the retirement contributions. I'm just looking for scientific data, one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if the department has thought about taking a position on this, but if we could only do one thing, which thing do you think would benefit our bond ratings more and improve the stability overall of the pension funds? A, having state money replace local money, keeping the total liability the same, or instead taking whatever money the state might have contributed that way and directly reducing the accrued liability? Which one would strategically be a better economic choice?
Then I will just state that the retirement system does not have a position, and maybe we could talk offline about that, but I'm not prepared to provide an opinion on that. So,
Representative Ebel.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. Could you just give us a little bit of a synopsis of the history of when this commitment was made to the towns, and whether towns acted in reliance on the commitment by the state to pay 40% of the retirement costs in developing their retirement programs?
I will say I'm not an expert on this. Many of you may remember I was previously with Department of Transportation, so I've been with retirement for 4 months. The background on our sheet here is some of the background that we're aware of. So I'm not in the position to provide a lot of the background at this time, but we can get that for you. Our PIO is out ill, and that's why I'm testifying today. So I apologize for the lack of background for you.
Follow up.
Well, I'm a new member of finance, and a lot of folks may know the history of the where this promise came from and why and who relied on what. And I think it's interesting as we look at the amount of contribution that's expected to know what representations were made to the town when it first came into place. So thanks for following up on it.
Okay.
Further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Is Representative O'Brien here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Mike O'Brien, represent the city of Nashua, Ward 9. Besides, let's do the usual caveats. I am a state rep. I am also Vice President of the Board of Aldermen in the great city of Nashua. And I'm also, the other helmet that I wear is I'm a retired Deputy Fire Chief. So I have a fair to middle understanding of the pension system. And I can take you a little bit down the road of, the pension system. basically prior, and I don't want to, take too much time, so if I do, please stop me. This is difficult for an Irishman to speak quickly. But anyways, in the late 60s, I should say, there came an idea that took 4 different pension groups and to combine them into one. And they gave the options to the cities and towns in joining it. And they made a certain promise, and this is what you might hear as a promise made is a promise kept. But they came up and said, for joining into the New Hampshire retirement system, we'll pay 40%. That was the original agreement. Past legislatures came in and changed it from 40% to 35%. That remained in effect from 1968 until 2011. You say, what is the problem with the New Hampshire retirement system? I'll tell you directly, and let me be blunt. The problem with the retirement system is 400 state representatives. In other words, when you put money away into a pension system, it's not to be played with every biennium. And this is why we ended up right here to what is the problem. In 2011, certain cuts were made. Can't go out and blame the employees. When I started in the fire service, my contribution as an employee was 9.75%. When I left, I was paying 11.85. So the employees are making up the bulk of the system. There was holidays. That became the unfunded liability, another problem. But what's before you right here in House Bill 50 does not affect the unfunded liability. Has nothing to do with it whatsoever. That will still be paid by the municipalities. But what's happening to municipalities? It's because of the cutback, the 35% that the state of New Hampshire paid, vaporized. Well, what bank will make any type of loan or a commitment or contract to vaporize? You don't. So where did that go back? That went right back to the local taxpayers who have people in the New Hampshire retirement system. Let's face it, you could call it what you want. You could put lipstick on the pig, but it's a tax. In other words, the missing of that 35% contribution by the state came out to be borne by the taxpayers of many of the communities. In the example of Nashua, this comes down annually to about $2 million. $2 million in the city of Nashua comes down to basically 1% of the tax rate. So that means 1% of the tax rate is being paid to make up the difference of the gappage of not paying the 35%. This is, I would say, a very moderate way of looking at it. Nobody's coming in and saying, reestablish the 35%, but they're coming in prudently and saying, why don't we do a quarter of it, 7.5%, and try to alleviate the cities and towns. And that's where the $2 million for the taxpayers of Nashua will come from. Let's look at Nashua. Again, we fought the COVID battle. We have veterans housing. We have workforce housing. I'm glad Nashua has broad shoulders to help out people in our community that are less unfortunate than I am. But the thing is, it does come, and when money's being shipped out to the pension system unnecessarily, because what did this really fix? Really not much. I mean, look at it. Who gained from it? All you have to do is, you're in finance, look at the surplus that the state has right now. So therefore, and then let's look at the surplus again. Over the years, other great things have happened. Gambling, Keno, and different other things have added into the surplus quarters. So we're prudently asking 7.5% to come through. Now, this was heard last year in a various form, a similar form, in the House, and it was passed. And it went to the Senate, and it passed the Senate, except of the difference was being annually, the Senate cut it down to 1 year, and only 1 year only. Hey, it's better than nothing. But this would really help the municipalities each cities and towns, if this was an annual benefit, that they could come on. Those of you that wear the two hats like I do know when you're trying to do a municipal budget, it's very difficult. Very difficult. How much snow we're going to get? What type of plow truck needs to be replacing? A fire truck or something like that out of capital improvements. At least this will get this going pretty quick and something that, you can count on with that. So in essence, I'm going to wrap it up at that, and take any type of questions. But I would like this that has a positive, I would like to see a positive recommendation, not on my behalf, but this should be fully vetted by all members of the House on the floor and to come up. And exactly what happened in the last session and overwhelming support. This bill here of genesis of what happened in the last term. The last term bill had bipartisan support. It made it to the Senate. And I feel in my heart that if you support this bill, this will come out with a positive recommendation from the floor and make it over to the Senate side to be determined. So at that, I'll end my comments and available for any type of questions if you may have them.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative O'Brien. I'm not a real academic when it comes to the retirement system, so I'm going to share with you something I've heard hallway banter, some paranoia, and let you educate me. What I've heard is that the concern is if we were to take Nashua, just as your example you've offered them, and the state went ahead and filled in that $2 million hole or whatever is being spent, that Nashua would likely take that $2 million and increase spending elsewhere, and that the new spending would be done in a way in which the state legislature would have no influence. And so we would basically, the fear, and I'm just looking for how you react to this, is the fear is that this money is basically, bankrolling more local spending that by and large the state would have no voice in.
Well, you got to remember, let's look historically at it. Prior to 2011, was that the case? In other words, this change came in 2011. So prior to 2011, there wasn't, any great parties being thrown down at City Hall or anything else like that. And I say that lightly. But it's not just Nashua. And I would like to say, I'm sure that Miss Catherine Heck of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, which does support this. I got this sheet from the last time I fought this familiar battle. Nashua is only one of the cities and towns that are involved with this. There's many others that will economically benefit from this. So if you ask the question in the example of Nashua, it's true for a lot of political subdivisions within the state. Now, again, is there some things in Nashua that needs attention? Yeah, welcome to our budget process. Every single year, I sit on the budget committee. I have to sit down and pick and choose on certain things that need to be done. Can we get another year out of that pickup truck or not? When we look at the capital improvements. We looked at many other different things, such as in Nashua. We're very prudent with the dollar, I have to say. We looked at bonding. Maybe the state should look at bonding. But we looked at bonding as an issue to purchase a fire truck. They're going for about $500,000 plus. And we'll bond over the life of that vehicle, and it turns out to work pretty good. And Nashua, I'll have you say, I'm very proud of it. Fiscally, we have from Standard & Poor, a AAA bond rating. That's pretty good and darn good for any municipality. And may I also say, to revert back to what I say with the pension system, I forgot to mention our Board of Public Works. They chose at that particular time not to get into the New Hampshire retirement system. I sit on that board as well, too. That pension board is 87% funded. How come Nashua can do it and the state of New Hampshire can't? Again, It's 400 people sticking their fingers in the pot. In your time when you grew up, when you had the old, and I'm dating myself, but do you remember the old, what do they used to call that? The Christmas, you used to put money away for Christmas and you save it. Well, you knew if you didn't make the money, the kids didn't get the toys for Christmas. This is the same thing with the pension system. That money should have been away, properly invested, and should not have been played with, and to leave it alone. And again, we're paying for that mistake in the past. I know I over-answered your question, so I apologize.
Follow up.
Oh, absolutely.
So thank you. So the way I'm going to store your answer, and you can correct me if I've got this wrong, is that if in the case of City X, which may be Nashua, that we may help with the $2 million, then yes, there are high priority spending needs that aren't currently being met that Nashua would identify and probably spend some portion of the $2 million on. That's what I think I heard you say. I don't want to assume that's what you meant.
Well, yeah, I cannot guarantee that some of that money may go to some other funds to assist. But you explain, I would ask the question, but I cannot ask, and nor to debate, and not intending so. But in my Irish form, I will say, what is wrong, idealistically, with the state of New Hampshire helping out its second largest city?
Further questions? Thank you for your did I miss one? Are you sure? Thank you for your testimony.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. And I'm going back to see the other Representative McGuire now, the better-looking one. Thank you all.
Thank you. Representative Weiler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I oppose this bill. It puts in jeopardy all the work that this committee does to create a budget that will sustain our state for 2 years. And we do this 3 months before the biennium begins. We can safely say that the revenue that our budget depends on has been accurately forecast by Ways and Means for the last several biennia. We then make a budget that stays within that revenue forecast. This bill proposes spending that this legislature has absolutely no control over, yet requires us to make those payments regardless. I cannot accept this for responsible budgeting, nor can I accept this constant claim, you promised, you promised. We always say that the promise is only as good as the present biennium budget. Nothing goes beyond that unless it's a bond. What we decide to spend in this next budget, that's what we spend. And we can tell every other agency in this state that uses our money, this is all you can spend. If there's some surplus and they come back to us later, maybe we give them more money. But this doesn't even allow us that option. Whatever it costs, that's what it is. 10 years ago, I was responsible in this finance committee when we had to cut the budget 10%, to look at what was happening with this contribution to municipality retirements. They had grown like crazy. We hear about, oh, you promised in '68. Well, I remember in '70, when small towns like mine and the one next to us had no people in this retirement system. Nobody. We began to hire people in the '70s for full-time jobs. That didn't exist when this agreement was first made to bring everybody into it. There were very few employees. So at the time we decided to take it out of the budget in the 12-13 budget, it was going to be $60 million. If you projected this cost for 7.5%, it would now be $124 million in 10 years. Can we afford this kind of increase year over year that we have no control over? That's not the way we can make a budget. We can decide to give them money year after year. But we do that and a specific amount. This is how much you're going to get. And there are two things that I'm delighted to see. Thank you for the Municipal Association. You all got mailed this. It tells you in the back on page 23, the revenue sharing. So, two troubling, obvious misrepresentations in this bill. First, we know that there's only a foot in the door attempt to raising the rate of contribution to 35% that existed before 2010. And I will remind you again, all this crying about, oh, you raised the property taxes by doing that. No, we raised the contribution by the employee by 2%. You heard that admitted by Representative O'Brien. We raised by 2% and a little bit more for the firemen and the police. As it stands still, even at 11.8 of whatever he's contributing, the firehouse, the town, is contributing like 19 or 20%. Now, most retirement systems that you know about, you are fortunate if the employer matches what the employee puts in. We're putting in most cases 2.5 times. That's not reasonable. I think if the retirement system is in trouble, and we passed bills in 2011 to try to fix it. It was a $2 billion deficit in 2011 when we did that. Now it's 5.7. How did that work out? Yes, the 400 people in this house, because they keep changing it to make it worse as far as the money in that fund. Because, oh no, we're not going to make the rules that we put in 2011 to fix this. We don't like them because these people are upset by those rules, so we're going to change them. Okay, so we're never going to catch up with the deficit, and it will continue to grow. But taking this money from our other funds and putting it toward the towns and trying to make it forever or even to raise to 35% is going to make a headache for every future finance committee that's coming after us because it's totally unpredictable. We're coming around to hear everybody saying, well, we ought to raise all the employees 8, 9, 10% because of inflation. What's that going to do? That's also going to raise the contribution the state makes, if the state has to make that, and it's unpredictable. We know how much we'll have in this budget if we have to raise money to pay our employees, and we'll put it in the budget and we'll find the money and we'll have to make reductions elsewhere. But I'm offended very much by Property Tax Reduction Act. What a joke. We're giving $1.3 billion back to the towns. This is going to give $27 million? A drop in the bucket. On your property tax this year, you'll have $100 million off of the SWEP tax. I'm thinking that's going to amount to a couple $100 per tax bill for the average tax bill. This would amount to maybe a fourth of that, maybe $50 for the average tax bill. You think anybody's going to get excited about that? That's going to be lost in rounding and normal tax increases. You'll never see that reduction. It's not enough to make a fuss about and put in a bill and tell lies about, oh, you promised or you stole it. They forget that the difference in the 12-13 budget is that we made up the loss to the towns by the employee. So, if you look at this, this will tell you the history of revenue sharing from the state to the towns. It's growing, growing, growing. It's been $1.3 billion, like I say in here. Over $1 billion for education programs. Highway grants, another $110 million. Share of the rooms and meals taxes up to $95 million. Environmental programs that include flood control, landfills, state aid grants to water systems, and so on, another $15 million. Are they unaware of this when they claim this is the Property Tax Reduction Act? This is a joke. Vote no. Totally unnecessary. It destroys all the work that we try to do as a finance committee. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But so in your testimony, you use the word lies. I don't think you intended to impugn the motives or integrity of any of the sponsors. So do you want to clarify that, sir?
I take it back. Thank you for that. It's a misrepresentation.
All right.
We all have different opinions of what things move different ways, and I think more of us here know what happens economically when we move things around the budget. Other members that are not involved in the budget may not know as much. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. I know you, and I knew that you didn't intend to do that. So then my real question, if I may, is as I look at the retirement system, this is now the beginning of my 4th term. I have no clue why New Hampshire hasn't done what the rest of the United States has done by moving away from a defined benefit retirement program and moving into a 401k kind of arrangement, or whatever the right letters are for the government equivalent, 401b, or I don't know. So because you have so much history on this, could you please educate people on what has been the problem with doing the obvious that all the other states are doing, going from defined benefit retirement to a contributory benefit program?
Well, I would say it's the unions. They can generate hundreds of phone calls and letters. They don't ever look at it economically. They just look at what they want. And we have a lot of Republicans that will go along with it, and a lot of Democrats that will go along with the unions. So they end up getting a majority in cases even when the Republicans have the majority. They get a majority that tinkers with the retirement system because the union thinks it's to their advantage. And obviously, if we're now $5.7 billion in the hole from $2 billion 10 years ago, that tinkering has not been to the advantage of the union people. What I foresee is at some point, since the retirement system is off budget, if it keeps growing in this deficit, we declare bankruptcy, divvy up how much money is in there for each person that's in the retirement system, and said, from now on, that's your defined contribution. You can add to it all you want, and we'll add so much a year, about the same as we've done, but there's no way we can make up a deficit that's just about the same size as the whole state budget. Thank you.
So, Mayor, I think the bankruptcy issue you're thinking of is the worst case scenario, and not anyone's plan, but on the projected course, that may be what a future legislature faces.
It may be, there may be no other choice, and I know other states have done that.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Weiler, for taking my question. I'd like you to compare two similar cases. Suppose that this committee does its job very well, and we find that we have an extra $25 million per year available to fund something like this. All right? And let's also suppose that if we were to fund House Bill 50, that the towns would return 100% of what they received back to their own taxpayers, their own property tax. They don't spend any extra. Let's skip that example, right? That's one alternative. Now, suppose in the other alternative, we cut the state property tax by that same amount, that same $25 million a year, right? We're collecting $363 million worth of property tax. We could easily cut 25 a year, right? So wouldn't the difference between those two be that towns that budget themselves very tightly and keep tight control over the number of employees they have and are thrifty would get less, relatively less, than towns that are relatively generous or expansive in their hiring? And so effectively, if you live in a town that has is thrifty and has good budgeting, wouldn't you be subsidizing those other towns that have expansive hiring?
The answer is yes. And one of the things we discovered years ago when we first put this statewide education property tax was we had donor towns. We fought that for 10 years because they were very upset at all this money that they were paying in taxes going to other towns that didn't have the same tax basis. So we stopped doing that, and we let them keep everything. And in some cases now, with the decline in enrollment, that statewide education property tax in some towns is bringing in more money than they need to educate their students. So if we cut directly the statewide education property tax, it makes more sense in those towns that had more than they needed to spend, which would be another good thing. I agree.
Further questions? Representative Hull?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. To your earlier point about this act is being titled the Property Tax Relief of 2023. It's my understanding that this is not a single year change, but a multi-year change. Is that correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Follow up?
Follow
up.
Thank you. If I understand our Constitution correctly, right, Part 1, Article 36, no pension shall be granted but in consideration of actual services, and such pensions ought to be granted with great caution by the legislature and never for more than 1 year at a time. Would we be in compliance with our Constitution if we did a multi-year?
It would require us annually, or at least biannually, to keep renewing that.
Okay.
Yes, that's why I say there was no problem when we took it away in the 12-13 budget.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to get into all of the arguments that are going back and forth. Excuse me, because that's going to be going on for quite a while, and we all know that. But I just want to focus on one question that has been completely ignored since the beginning, and that is that it was in 1967 or so that the state made the decision that it probably didn't want to have 4 individual retirement systems floating around. And so they've had to find a way to make it work better. And that eventuated in the arrival of the cities and towns, all of whom were approached by the state. And the state approached the cities and towns and said, how would you like to join a state retirement system? And any politician will say, well, I don't want to do that right off the top of my head. We all are like that. But what they said was, well, what's in it for me? And the state responded, well, what's in it for you is that we'll pay 40% of the cost of doing this. And they said yes, and the retirement system was born. And the retirement system continued pretty much the same. I looked at all the laws, and there wasn't too much that happened other than nickel and dime stuff to adjust one thing or another until 2010, 2011, in which the state decided, well, we're not going to do this anymore. I think that's wrong, and I don't think that any of the arguments that have been made have anything to do with that. They have to do with the spending of money by the towns and by the state. And it has nothing to do with the people who do the work. Do you agree that the formation of the retirement system as it exists today was made in 1967 by the state and the communities getting together and establishing it?
I agree. And there have been many offerings since. At the time, there were not that many different groups offering retirement systems. We hear a lot about TIA-CREF, and I think the university system is in that system. And I think there are other groups within the state that are in alternative retirement systems. So everybody is free to do that. So, you look where you get the best rate, where you get the best results. And you could probably change the thing. You could probably withdraw the money that you put in and get into a new system. So it's entirely possible.
Further questions? Did you have a question? No. Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for your testimony. to do with that sheet? Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
I am not used to being called a liar. And when I am, I would normally take care of it in a different way than mention it to you right now. But if anybody wants to say that anything on this sheet is a lie, then I'd like to talk to them. There's no lies here. There's a couple opinions. There's almost all facts. And I'd like to actually make a lot of other comments right now on some previous testimony, but I won't because I know that's not the way it's normally done here. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Representative, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Mike O'Brien again. As you know, in watching the pension system, I can see if I can grab it. But in the Wall Street Journal, the question was asked by this committee, what about a 401k? You got to remember, we went through the .com era, where you worked in a particular corporation, IBM, let's say, for the example. And then your friends came up and said, how long you been working for IBM? 5 years. Aren't you a go-getter? Why don't you try Wang? And you went to Wang and maybe get a vice president's job, but you needed something in your briefcase to take with you from job to job to job for your pension. And that's where the 401k came from. Now, the difference with the defined benefit program, keep in mind, we want each municipality spends thousands of dollars training firefighters and police officers. We want them to stay. But right now there's a recruitment issue. It's a problem. We have other municipalities, and Nashua does it too. We raid other departments to get them to come in. And it's almost like who's offering good benefits or anything else like that. There is a definite retention problem. We're hearing it right now in ED&A from many departments. So part of the problems that are coming up and getting people to work in this type of field is problems with the retirement system. So supporting this bill would have to fix. But to get back to the Wall Street Journal article, the inventor of the 401k did write it, and if the committee wishes, I'll see if I can find it and to have it reprinted and give it to the committee. But he has deep regret in inventing the 401k. Let's keep in mind, the government gives you the high end, but doesn't do anything if you make less payments. So what's going to happen to the generation that decided to buy the boat, or the car, or something like that, instead of putting the maximum amount into the pension system? That's the beauty of a defined benefit. The employees cannot touch that fund. That is there forever. And it's supposed to go in there, and again, don't touch it, let it grow. Let $1 bill meet another dollar bill and make $5 bills. That's the intention of any pension program. That didn't happen here. Or else we wouldn't be here discussing this. Okay? So the thing is, the 401k is not really the right answer to look at this, and particularly for the recruitment issue. But if you want that information, I'll try to find it and supply it to this committee. But the author of the 401k, has regret. It could have been something better. Thank you.
We take a question?
Oh, absolutely. I never miss an opportunity.
I guess I didn't need to ask, did I? Representative Leishman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative O'Brien. I know you're not shy to voice your opinion.
Oh, not at all,
Appreciate that.
laddie.
So, as you know, and most of us around the room know, that there's between like a $300 and $400 million surplus, and a lot of folks are asking for a piece of that. And of course, the committee is going to have to decide whether we're going to make one-time contributions towards some of these requests, or they're going to be ignored until the next session. So there's another bill, and maybe you're going to stick around to speak on it, but suggestions have been made that we either make a one-time contribution towards the retirement system of the 7.5, or maybe we take some of that surplus and go towards the unfunded liability. Do you like that particular proposal? If you had to choose one or the other, and I know you'll be honest with me with that.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Leishman, because I have had this conversation with His Honor the Mayor, James Donchis of Nashua, and he would like to see the standalone of this, whether going to the unfunded liability. Yes, in 2039, the unfunded liability, okay, and this is how things happen. There's no guarantee at the end of 2039 that the unfunded liability will be met. If they're telling you it is, they're lying to you. You'll be substantially paid off. But then again, coming up with the unfunded liability, what's the benefit? What's the cost-benefit analysis? Remember I told you that in the municipal public works pension system that the city's in charge of, Hoken Huckum says that to be 87% funded, and another group says we're almost like 92% funded. That's darn good compared to other pension systems that are around. Right now, I think we're probably, you're going to have to ask the New Hampshire retirement system, but some of the changes that were done were to the better, but some things we are a little bit better off. I think the municipalities would like to see the money come back to them, that they can decide basically on what to do with the dollars, because it comes down to all other things encompassing. You got to remember, municipalities, when you're in charge of a city, you are not supposed to make a buck. What is our product? We don't sell widgets. We're supposed to provide a quality of life for our constituents. That means plow the roads, salt them when it snows, everything else, educate the children. If there's a fire, have a fire department. If there's a crime rate, have a substantial police department. Our job is people when you take the mantle in municipal government. And when you can't get policemen to come in and work, particularly the larger cities, Manchester and Nashua, who wants to get puked on, spit on, and kicked around the universe? None of us do. But you got to keep in mind that old adage that used to say, well, the job stinks, but the bennies were good. Now the job still stinks and the bennies stink. So that's just the recruitment problem. So you got to look at the whole thing. But I know I over-answered. My family did kiss the Blarney Stone before we left.
Thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. On February 15th, I'll be bringing a defined contribution pension plan bill to your committee, and I hope to convince you to support it, specifically because it removes the 400 representatives from the control of the system. When people get their money, they get it right away, and it's theirs. And there are no changing it by the representatives later, all the problems we've talked about. But I would appreciate if you would find the article that you mentioned and get it to me sometime prior to that date.
Yes, I will. It was supplied to me. And I can't say what I'm going to do with your particular bill. I haven't seen it yet. I will read it. I firmly believe every promise I make, I keep.
Please send the article to Janet so that she can discuss
Yes,
it to the committee.
for distribution. And please, I got to ask a friend of a friend to get this, what I mean? So I will try hard.
Further questions? No. Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Your
Thank
second
you.
testimony. Is there any further testimony you'd like to give to the committee? Okay. So on the blue sheets, Catherine Heck, pro. We know that. John Cludier, pro. David Cody, pro. Brian Rill, pro. And Brian Hawkins, pro. And from the white sheets, I won't read through the whole thing, excuse me, but they are all available online for anybody to access. along with all the testimony that was submitted online. And thank you all for coming. And with that, I will end the hearing.
Your wife is retiring.
Yes, you speaking on this one?
Yes, sir.
All right, because Tony asked me to introduce it because he couldn't come, but.
Oh, okay, yeah. No problem. I want to talk about what we thought.
Okay, it's after 3. And just to keep the ball rolling, I'll open the hearing on HB 555. And is Representative Groley here? Goley?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the record, Representative Jeff Goley, representing Hillsborough District 21, Manchester Ward 1. And I'm here to try and be the follow-up of that act you just had before you, and it's going to be tough to follow. So I'm here today to introduce House Bill 555 FNA. And what this bill does, as you've all heard a lot about the retirement system and what's going on over there currently with the unfunded liability. And what this bill would do is take 75% of any of the amount left over after the rainy day fund is filled and apply it to the pension fund unfunded actuarial accrued liability. And in doing so, we look at it as paying off our debts. And the sooner we pay off our debts, the better off the taxpayer is going forward. I mean, this is a way of directly reducing the tax rates for cities and towns. Over 80% of their pension costs are going directly towards the unfunded accrued liability. So the quicker we can get this paid off, the sooner we pay it off, the sooner they get rate reductions. And we're looking at that as an important tax relief bill. When you go forward, and you heard, I think previously I wasn't here for the beginning of the testimony as to how we acquired the unfunded accrued liability. It was over a number of years of not properly funding the system. And folks may say, well, why are we paying off that unfunded liability? Well, as many of you know or have heard, that it was because of some of the legislation passed here by us that caused that unfunded accrued liability, because we did not address it at the proper time and let it fester for over 10 years without changing the rates back to where they should be. So I think it's important that we step up to the plate and help if we have a surplus, and that's only if we have a surplus, not coming out of a regular budget, that we use surplus money to pay off the debt. And also, as the debt is, and this amount is only going through as long as we have that debt, which is, you've heard, is on pace to be paid off in 2039. And I think by doing what we're doing here, we could pay it off quicker. So once that's paid off, this piece will no longer be necessary. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I know there's a few other folks behind me here to talk more about this.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I generally like the idea of paying your debts, so I'm generally in favor of this, but I am curious about implementation. This past term, we had a special project. We saw the need to create a settlement fund worth $100 million to pay for previous liabilities to make whole abused people in our penal system. Would this prevent having that option on the surplus? Would this 75% over and above the rainy day fund, would this tie our hands if we got another special project that we needed to fund? Which would have precedence?
That's a good question. To be honest with you, I cannot answer that right now off the top of my head. Someone behind me can answer that, I'm hearing.
All right, thank you. And I have another question.
And also, the 75% is obviously a starting point, and if this committee so chooses to reduce that amount to any amount, but we just think it's important that we put that at the forefront of paying off our debts.
Yes, sir. May I? And then this feels to me like a bill that's begging for a sunset provision, that this gets repealed at some point if we ever pay off the accrued liability. And I'm not seeing a repeal like that. Should it have one?
I believe the way the legislation is written, that once that liability is paid, that no other money goes to. If you have no unfunded accrued liability, then there's no place to pay it.
All right, that's logical. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Perhaps you, Representative, or Representative McGuire, could give an example using monetary amounts would be helpful in terms of envisioning this, because it's quite intriguing. Thank you.
I think Representative McGuire behind me is shaking his head he will.
Perfect, thank you.
Further questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your
you, Mr.
testimony. Mr. Kavanaugh? Am I saying that correctly? That's correct.
My name is Mark Kavanaugh. I'm Associate Counsel and Compliance Officer with the New Hampshire Retirement System. Typically, when I sit in this chair, we don't take positions on policy matters, but in this case, we're going to make an exception, and we're in support of any bill that's going to give us more money and help us with the underfunding. We have an amortization plan. We're about 18 years into it, and it's like a mortgage. And this bill would be analogous to paying down some of your principal of your mortgage ahead of time. And we think that's a good idea. Depending on the amounts, which are totally unpredictable, so we couldn't put a dollar on it, that would have the effect of reducing the underfunding, which would then have the effect of possibly reducing employer contributions in the future. With that, I'd take any questions.
Representative Palavici Muller. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. Would it be possible for NHRS to prepare, like we could ask from a mortgage company, since you use that example, a schedule showing that if we put so many millions of dollars at the end of this year, the estimate is that this will cut this total amount of payments, including debt, and it will accelerate the ability to pay for it. We understand it wouldn't be guaranteed because all those assumptions change, but I'm just looking for numbers consistent with your current assumptions. Basically, in the same model, what difference would it make? It would probably help decide policy decisions in terms of how best to spend the money when we see how much we may save in the future versus other types of legislation.
Right. Well, our actuaries have looked at it, and at this point, they say it's just too indeterminate to put a number on it. And also, we use our actuary for these matters in response to particular bills that ask for particular things. We don't just do hypotheticals. Because we're the plan, we're not the plan sponsor, so we shouldn't be assisting or paying the plan sponsor to make policy decisions about how a plan should be designed or implemented. Those are what they call plan sponsor costs, and you shouldn't be using money that's set aside to pay benefits, both under federal law and under our Constitution that says those assets of the plan are to be used for the exclusive benefit of the members. But if you give me a call, I can recommend an actuary for you who might do it.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Tolarski.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
Could you just give me an idea, and I hope I understand the concept correctly, the percentage that a municipality pays that's directed just towards the unfunded amount, and how much?
It's about 75 to 80% of the employer portion of the contributions. So we have employee contributions and employer contributions. We have the normal cost, which is the cost of the benefit that is accruing this year for each individual. All of the member contributions go towards that normal cost. The employer contribution, and that picks up about 3/4 of the normal cost. The employer contribution picks up the remainder of that normal cost and all of the underfunding. And of their rate, about 75 to 80% of what they pay goes to the underfunding, and 25% goes to the normal cost. So the idea being that at some point in the future, when the underfunding is paid down, then you're only paying the normal cost. And employer contributions would be a quarter of what they are now. But that's down the road quite a bit.
Thank you. That answers my question.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's fascinating. So, so to the extent that we can accelerate the payoff of the unfunded liability, on that celebration date, the municipalities and other payers, they get an enormous benefit from being able to reduce their payments.
Correct.
That's what I think I heard you say.
Yeah, and it's not a cliff. They don't have to. Rates are going to gradually go down as we get closer and closer to being fully funded.
Okay, so that was going to be my question. I mean, is it because you're on this actuarial decline path? If we are beating your plan, do the municipalities benefit as progress is being incremental progress is being made over time?
Yes, rates are reset by the actuary every 2 years, based on a valuation that's done every 2 years. So, for instance, the rates that are going into effect on July 1st were set 2 years ago in anticipation, based on an actuarial study from several years ago. We'll do a new actuarial study this year and reset rates next summer, for the next biennium, rather. And the new rates going into effect in July are lower than the current rates. So when this plan was put into place, the way it was designed and understood is that in the beginning, rates were going to go up. But at some point, you're going to hit a break-even point, and they're going to start going down. And we believe that break-even point is this year, barring things that can affect that, with like changes in demographics or
a stock market
investment
crash. Would that
a huge stock market crash like 2008 would add to the underfunding and push out the date. Yeah.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you, sir.
Further questions? Representative Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. See, 2010, I guess we were in trouble, so the liability has gone down to around 4.99 billion. Is that the stock market fluctuations causing it to go back up to 5.7?
Well, a couple of things have affected that since the plan first went into effect. One is, the stock market, the crash in 2008 increased the underfunding. because we obviously didn't meet our expectations as to investment earnings. In addition, we do other actuarial studies every 4 or 5 years that review the underlying assumptions, and there were changes in the underlying assumptions. For instance, and these assumptions are what drive the contribution rates and the estimates of how long it takes to pay off the underfunding. We reduced the expected investment return twice since then. It was 8, it's now 6.25, which is more realistic given the markets these days. We also changed some demographics in terms of expected payroll growth, especially amongst teachers. That's a cohort that's not growing as fast as it was anticipated when this plan first went into place, and it's future growth in payroll on which the contributions are paid that are part of paying down the underfunding. So market and changes in actuarial assumptions are why the underfunding is a larger dollar amount, close to the dollar amount it was 10 years ago, but as a percentage, the underfunding ratio is much lower. Because again, when you change those underlying assumptions, you're increasing your liabilities. And I'll just caveat by saying I'm a lawyer, not an actuary, and I usually try to stay away from the math, but.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I try to read the retirement system report every year, and I see the investments that you have, and I see very few of them have much of a return. And then at the bottom it says assumed rate 6.5%. But when you add them up, it's far lower. But you never publish the actual return. Why not? Unless it happens to be 29%. Most of the time you leave it blank. I think that's dishonest.
Respectfully, sir, that's incorrect. We're required by the Government Accounting Standards Board to prepare an annual report in where we do break down our investment returns by asset class, by investment managers, over time.
You never total them up and give the overall. You never total
That's
them up.
incorrect, sir. There's a bottom line on that every year in the report. We also have monthly meetings with our Board of Trustees, and the state of investment affairs is done at each of those meetings, and materials are publicly available on our website that show month to month what our investment returns are, broken down and in the aggregate.
I'll have to get out the report and you'll have to show it to me. It's not on the same page as the
I'd
other
be happy to
returns.
do that.
Further questions? Seeing none. Oh, no. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Sorry, I got distracted.
I did too. No problem. Catherine Heck?
Good afternoon again, committee members. For the record, my name is Catherine Heck from the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I will be incredibly brief in that we support this legislation and the long-term goal that it will achieve. And I think Representative Edwards already captured all of my testimony in that as the faster we pay this down, these large percentages, 75%, we're going to see, maybe not in the next 2 years, it won't be an immediate response to our local taxation, but over time, we're going to watch the rates go down, and that will be a savings to municipalities and therefore a savings to our taxpayers. So I think you captured all that and how you described it, sir, so I won't waste the committee's time. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions from the committee? Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Representative McGuire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom, and I'm a supporter of this and co-sponsor of this bill. Maybe I'll start by answering Representative Mooney's and Representative Edwards' questions. So I think Representative Mooney asked for sort of a specific example of how the bill would work. Let's suppose that for the biennium, the general fund is $3.5 billion. Okay? The bill would take effect if the rainy day fund is a tenth of that or higher. So if it's $350 million in the rainy day fund or more, then the bill would act. Okay, that's lines 16 and so on. Also, if the unfunded liability is exhausted, then line 19 says the bill would not take effect, right? So this only would happen if we have a very healthy rainy day fund, $350 million in this example, right? And we have a surplus. So if we have a surplus where that surplus would be going into the rainy day fund, this would redirect 3/4 of it to the retirement fund to pay off the unfunded liability. Okay? So in some sense, you can think of this as a slow-acting version of House Bill 50, because this does help both state taxpayers and municipalities, much more municipalities than state, because it reduces their debts. So of the totality of government employees in the state, if I remember the numbers right, the state employs 17%, and municipalities, including teachers and so on, employ 83%, right? So of the unfunded liability is one giant blob for everybody. It's not, we don't think of it as so much is the state's responsibility and so much is this particular municipality's responsibility and so on. It's a total unfunded liability. So when we put money into it, we help all of those employers in a sense equally. Okay? All right. Now let me go into the specifics of why we need this. And I handed out 2 pieces of paper that look like giant spreadsheets. Because as an engineer, I like numbers. So let's start with the one that says 2021 at the top, okay? So I got this from Mr. Carlin of the retirement system just recently, and this shows what the current unfunded liability is. So if you look at the line that starts 2022 and look over, it's UAAL, that's the unfunded liability, is currently $5.723 billion, okay? And this document purports to show how that's going to change over time. So this is a prediction of what's going to happen, all right? And as we all know, predictions are really difficult, especially about the future. So this looks accurate, right? It's black and white. It's got 4 digits of numbers on everything, and it looks like we will be very nicely, slowly reducing the unfunded liability down to 0 when we get to 2043 or 2041 or whatever it is. But what thanks to Mr. Hoffman, he found, is the page that starts 2007, the other page. So this is the equivalent piece of paper that was given to the legislature in 2007 when we decided to do something about the unfunded liability, okay? So it's the same sort of thing. If you look at it, 2008, the unfunded liability, we slide over there, UAAL, beginning of year, $2.4 billion. Okay? And you're going to see what we just heard, that it's projected to go up and a bit, right? It goes up a bit, and it goes, if you look down that column, it's supposed to peak at, looks like $3.137 billion in 2024, and then by the time it gets to 2039, it's back down to 0. Okay? So how does that purport with what we now know happened in those intervening years? So let's look at year 13 on this 2007 page, which is 2022, right? So what this page said to the legislature in those days was that today's unfunded liability would be, by their predictions, $3.125 billion. Well, we now know it's not. It's $5.723 billion. Okay? Those two numbers are not very close. And so it's very tough making a prediction. And on top of that, I went to the pension overview hearing that the ED&A committee had, that was where Mr. Carlin of the retirement system gave a summary of how the pension system works. And he said something in that hearing that I thought was very profound. He said, he was asked, why do we have this problem, right? Where did this unfunded liability come from? So even the people that had this unfunded liability thought, maybe we'll get up to the $3 billion mark and then we'll start coming back, right? So why are we at $5 billion? And what he said was, I thought was pretty profound. It was he said, one of the problems is when you give the legislature a set of choices, they're going to pick the cheapest one, okay? So they didn't do, back in those days and through the present, we didn't do maybe the smartest thing. We did, at every step of the way, the cheapest thing, right? Because we have a lot of incentive to keep taxes low, right? And so what happened was the cheapest thing didn't turn out to be the best. It turned out to be, there's some sort of rosy expectations. So for example, let's just look at payroll, for example. If we look on that same line 13 on the page 2007, it expected that today we would have the total government payroll of $4.249 billion, right? But if we look at today's picture on the other page, our current payroll is $3.049 billion. You see what I mean? So in those days, they expected that payroll was going to be going up ad infinitum. If you look at the bottom of that 2007 page, they expected that by 2039, payroll would be almost $9 billion. So that they thought a lot of people are going to be employed and a lot of people are going to be dumping money into the system. Well, that's not happening, right? They didn't know that we're going to level off on unemployment. They didn't know that kids are not going to be born and therefore we don't need quite so many teachers and all that sort of stuff. So, so those predictions are very, very difficult and haven't come true. And so what that means is we ought to be paying off the liability. The faster we pay it off, the less we rely on unreliable predictions. All right? And what is this unfunded liability? This unfunded liability is something that this committee, in my experience, tries to avoid, which is borrowing for current expenses, right? We always want to pay our current expenses and not put them into debt, okay? But that's effectively what we've done here, because the benefits that employees earn, that's a current expense. So what actually happened was, in the past, we had a lot of government employees, and we didn't adequately fund their benefits, and we borrowed it. We owe it. It's the unfunded liability. All right, and it's much more. This $5.7 billion, all of the other state debt is about $1.2 billion. You add up all of our state bonds and all that stuff. It's minor compared to this number. So this number needs to be brought down as quickly as possible. And House Bill 555 is a baby step in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Edwards.
The first one is definitional. I want to understand the unfunded liability. Is the unfunded liability that's in this column on unfunded liability beginning of the year, that column, does that number represent the current year payments for pensions that are already being paid out, or does that represent sort of, like you would on a balance sheet, you'd put a liability down that you have to amortize over time, and it's more of a paper number than it is a cash basis number?
Thank you for the question, Representative. And it is more of the second than it is of the first. So the unfunded liability also itself depends on a lot of predictions, right? It predicts how many people are going to be in the system over time, how long are they going to stay, what benefits are they going to earn, and also how much money, as the chairman pointed out, how much of income is the assets of the funds going to receive over time, right? So we assume in law. So first of all, we don't even ask an actuary to predict what income we're going to have. We assume in law that our income is going to average 6.75% per year. In Maine, they assume 6.5%. They're more conservative in Maine than we are here in New Hampshire in that respect.
Follow up?
Yeah.
Follow up.
So there's like 2 or 3 questions in there that I'd want to ask you, but I'll take those offline. Okay. If I can remember them. But what I'd like to know now is back to the issue of precedence. Like for example, if this bill becomes law, and a future legislature ends up with an economic crisis where revenues don't come in as projected, and we have to use the rainy day fund for what we need the rainy day fund for, is that a year that the advance payments are held in abeyance, that is a year that we don't contribute any money towards the unfunded liability under this bill? Is that accurate?
Essentially, yes. Thank you. So suppose the rainy day fund was at $350 million,
yeah,
right? And for the past couple of years, we had been putting extra into the retirement system. And all of a sudden, a new big $150 million debt comes along. I believe what happened in the case you were talking about is it was explicitly taken out of the rainy day fund. So the rainy day fund for this new $150 million debt expense would now be 200. All right?
Yep.
So then none of this would happen until boom, 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 it got back up to the 350 level, right? And then more money could be used for the retirement system.
So the political scenario there is anytime we dipped into the rainy day fund, it would be arguably true that we've increased property taxes by not allowing the balance to be decreased, thereby decreasing the contributions of the town. If we dip into the rainy day fund, there's a good argument that we are not meeting our obligations to reducing property taxes.
Yeah, I guess that's a little bit of a step of a stretch, because currently under current law, we are not putting any extra into the retirement system, right? So by doing this, sometimes we would be putting extra into the retirement system. So the retirement system will, under this bill, will never be worse off than under current law, right? And so it's hard to say. Sometimes you're helping out property taxpayers by reducing their debt. Sometimes you're not. Well, they're not worse off by that method.
I'm thinking too far ahead. I'm wondering what the next broken promise is all.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Further questions? All righty. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? In that case, I'll close the hearing.
Members of the Fiscal Committee, we're going to meet across the hall for a pre-fiscal meeting for tomorrow's meeting. Can you show me where?
This is our summary, Ackford,
Yep.
and here are the annual returns.
Thank you. Yeah, I looked at one online a year or two ago. This is your,
This is the summary one, so it's easier to read.
all right, so I should look for the summary.